Welcome you gentlemen to the program today, and of course the Creative Industry Talk as we left it last week. It was a great show. We enjoyed ourselves, discussed some really serious stuff, and today back on the show we're talking about a Ugandan fashion on the global stage. A Ugandan fashion on the global stage. Part 2. Oh, yes. Part 1 was last week, and Latif is here. We're going to talk about this. We're going to talk about the Latif Academy. We're going to talk about Latif. We're going to talk about how he does the live on stage. But first, we want Jajja to sample for us that song that is always the great thing. Jajja, take it away from us. It is the Creative Industry Talk. My name is Eddie Okela, and this is House of Talent Television, live from the capital city of Kampala to the rest of the world. And of course, we'd like to welcome all of you guys from all across the world to the program that gives you an insight into creativity, creative thinking, and marketing and communication, and understanding how things are done. Music, art, and culture is all fused in this one show. And of course, coming up on the show today for the second time, part 2, is the one and only Latif Kasumba Madoi, Salif, the man of the militati and many other titles, the man who makes, a shirt or a trouser in just 3 minutes. He has done it all across the world. He's been on different stages all across the world. And today, we are joined by a very, very special man on the show. The man who makes, the live on stage fashion very interesting for everyone across the world. The man who makes the fashion of Latif comes to life. The man who plays the guitar. The one and only, Jajja is in the building. Latif and Jajja, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much.
Jajja, how are you? How are you doing?
I'm okay, sir.
You're good?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, and Latif, how are you doing today?
I'm feeling great.
Feeling great?
Yes.
Well, I would like to welcome you gentlemen to the program today, and of course the Creative Industry Talk as we left it last week. It was a great show. We enjoyed ourselves, discussed some really serious stuff. And today back on the show we're talking about a Ugandan fashion on the global stage. A Ugandan fashion on the global stage. Part 2. Oh, yes. Part 1 was last week, and Latif is here. We're going to talk about this. We're going to talk about the Latif Academy. We're going to talk about Latif. We're going to talk about how he does the live on stage. But first, we want Jajja to sample for us that song that is always the great thing. Jajja, take it away from us. Come on!
Oh, kamanjulire omusajja design Latifu eyakuguka mukutunga ano mujjukire mu mwaka 2023 Lucky Dube bwe yajja wano Latifu ono ye yatunga ekyambalo kirungi Lucky Dube omugenzi mwe yayimbira bwe yaveeyo yagenda mu ggwanga ery'e Niger gye yawangula awaadi mu kutunga. Bwe yaveeyo yafuna sikaala nagenda e Bufalansa gye yakugukira mu fasoni ne dizayini. Bwe yaveeyo yatandika Latif Academy ng'esomesa fasoni ne dizayini. Teyakoma kwebyo nayiya rasmansi nga lwe lunaku olw'abarasita mu nsi yonna. Twali tuli awo bwe yagenda eyo mu Amerika gye yatungira mu bbanga ngali mu nnyonyi. Kati azze wano atulage ku bipya by'alinawo. Latif tunga.
Come on, Jajja.
Latif tunga.
Ladies and gentlemen, the son of Jajja.
Yeah, man.
Come on. Wow. Isn't that nice to have a creative industry talk where we bring talent live on stage in the studio, where we begin the show with a very great sound. Latif, how does this make you feel, like having Jajja do this kind of thing when Jajja is singing a beautiful sound coming out of Kampala?
Well, it's one of those motivating elements
Yeah.
when I'm doing stuff on stage.
Wow.
So music has always been my inspiration and one of my motivational elements when I'm performing, when I'm working, even when I'm working at school.
Yeah.
Wherever I am, some music is playing. I love music with great lyrics, strong messages, you know, basically music that affects positively to, you know, society.
Wow.
Yeah.
I want to talk to Jajja. How are you doing? And how do you get full names of Jajja, first of all?
Actually, Jajja Master Kaya,
Yes.
the man that you seeing right here
Yeah.
on my right hand,
Yes.
is the music teacher.
Oh.
Jajja Master. He has a lot of respect to his name.
Yeah.
That's Jajja for you.
Wow.
And he teaches instruments. He also teaches vocals.
Yeah.
Awandika, you know, he writes all his music.
Yeah.
And Atira is sharing skills with me, as I'm also sharing skills with him.
Wow.
Yes.
Well, we want to welcome everybody from all across the world to the program today, and we want to talk to Jajja, and we want to talk to Latif as well about the journey of taking the Ugandan, you know, fashion to the global stage. We talk about the fashion out of Uganda. Do Ugandans have a fashion? Do we have a fashion? Yes. Do we have some people been doing some great stuff? Yes. Santa Azo is one of those people taking, you know, the Ugandan fashion to the world stage. We've got Stella Tal taking that, you know, to the stage. We've got Latif here doing it at a whole different level altogether. We've got Sensen, who is doing it at a whole different level. These are talented, creative Ugandan people. And we've got Jajja taking the sound on the stage. The beautiful sound of Uganda. You know, you're gonna have to share this with your cousin, your grandfather, your grandmother, you know, everybody in the family to be part of this. So I wanted to share this video far and wide. It's live, and of course we want to talk to these guys about Ugandan fashion. I want to start with Jajja. Jajja, let's talk about you. The first time Latif told you that, you know, come and join me and we do this together, what came into your mind and how did you feel like?
Anyway, I feel it better.
Yeah.
I felt better. Let me say, I'm not fluent in English.
Yeah. No, you're going to Uganda.
Playing in Uganda better than English.
Yes.
Nze Jajja Master Kaya okuva ku Reggae Embassy.
Yeah.
Nga ndi musomesa tugabana obukugu ne banange obanga bintu mu ngeri y'ekirasta.
Yes.
One love.
Kibaita one love.
Yes.
Nali musanyufu nnyo.
Yeah.
Latifu yansinkana nakasero ewa muganda wange Jajja Kalanda.
Yeah.
yansiŋŋaana nina gitaawo nga ngikusunamu n'anyumirwa kyenkola olw'okuba nga ayagala nnyo abantu abalina talent n'ansiima era yampa ekirabo kya nusu 50,000 n'agamba nti musajja gwe ekyo kikusaana kubanga siise bulungi mu nsawo naye ettaano ezo tozindegera n'angulira n'ebyokulyawo nampa n'ebibala mu nkole y'ekirasita neŋŋamba ye naye musajja ono alabika musajja mulungi nnyo n'atandika okujjangayo nga nsikiriza okugenda ku Reggae Embassy. Reggae Embassy yali daawo kazo nga okutte ku kikubo ekyejakana kala Latifu n'anjagala paka lwe yampita nenzija ku Rasmus. Bwe najja ku Rasmus nagamba nti sijja kudda nakasero nentandika okubeera ne Latifu paka nakaakati. So ekibuuzo kyombuuzizza nawulira ntya nawulira essanyu era terikomanga paka nakaakati.
Wow. Latif, tell us more. You've heard what Jajja said. I want to say to somebody who has not gotten Jajja in English and in Uganda very well from all across. There are people watching this show all in the US, in the UK, in Canada, in Sweden, and in Denmark, all across the world, in Kenya, in Rwanda, in Tanzania. I mean, what Jajja just said, I asked Jajja a question, how did it feel like the very first time Latif called you to come and join him on the show? And he said that he felt very good, he felt, I mean, just take us through that experience when you first called Jajja.
Oh yeah, actually we have a brother, you know, brothers in black. Rasta Jajja Kalanda in Akasero. And that's where I met Jajja Kaya. So to me, the way he was playing guitar, it sounded very unique. And I love unique things, because I mean there are many guitarists around. But I loved him from day one. And this is what I do. Whenever I find someone with a talent, I want to support them in any way. If I had the money, nandiguze copies in a way to support them. Sometimes I find it easy for me to support you clothing wise, because musicians love clothing, and that's why I interested him to come and start, you know, learning how to make shirts and pants, because he needs to change all the time. In platforms like this, all the time appearing on stage, TV, you know. So I gave him that idea, Nimugamba, come, let's share the skills. I have a musical feel. You can teach me how to play. Actually, he has taught my son. He plays guitar, is very good, and keyboard. And Mutabani wa Papa CD made him this shirt. He's teaching him guitar, how to play guitar. So was teaching him how to make a shirt, Mutabani wa Papa CD. Then the piece that remained, Nemugamba, why don't you make for your teacher a shirt? And the kid just bought the idea right away.
And this is done right here in Uganda, what Jajja is wearing right now?
Yesterday in Kawanda. This is Papa's son, Papa Sidi's son.
Who made the shirt?
Yeah, he's 13 years.
Wow.
He made this shirt for Jajja.
It's called Ryan.
Because he teaches him how to play guitar.
Wow.
So it's the same thing that I do. I can support you in terms of fashion, clothing. Wedding, to support you on your wedding. Maybe to make you a changing wear or a gown or something like that.
Wow.
So, because Fetugamba at our school share the talent. What you have, you really don't have to have too much to give out. Share what you have. It's just too much. It's just that you don't know that what you have is just too much. But people think when you give, we're going to losing everything. No, it's not the way like that.
Wow.
So that's how I met Jajja. Jajja is a humble man. I mean, you can just move it out, the way he talks, the way he plays guitar, his lyrics. You can easily identify that this is a very humble person. So netukwatagana bulungi nnyo up to now. We formed a band. He has his band is called Sweet Band, because he plays sweet music. That's what he calls his band. So until now, netutunulia, how can we use fashion and music, you know, to create something that can positively, you know, change the society. So that's how we came up with the song Kitenji Party. We were thinking people with different thoughts, people with different beliefs, people with different cultures can come together in one party. As Africans, because we have a print that is called Kitenji, that brings all Africans together. Wow. So our people power, our movement, Africans, Kenyans, Nigerians, West Africans, South Africans, we can all come in one unity in a party wearing Kitenji with an identity, which is Kitenji. And that's the essence of the song. Wow. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Latif, and thank you very much, Jajja. We're going to have to take that song. We want to listen to that song. We're going to take a break. We want to listen to that song, and we want to hear the composition of the Kitenge music done by Jajja and, of course, Latif right here. It is playing on every stage where these guys go to, and they're going to play it again. Coronavirus came and slowed down things. This is the Creative Industry Talk, where we get to discuss everything about creativity, culture, cross-cultural learning for peace building is what we're saying here. Cross-cultural learning for peace building. Please, I repeat that word. Cross-cultural learning for peace building is what we're talking about here. And of course, we're talking about a Ugandan fashion on a global stage. Do you have a fashion? Is your fashion making it to the global stage? Latif is going to take us through all this part 2 of the interview. Stay right there on the Kitenge party. Let's have that party and enjoy it as we go for a coffee break. This is the Creative Industry Break.
Stressi monji mamba ne covid yansalako ebizibu byetagisa sente nyingi onyumirwa kayimba kano sinomuti omwemu omuswayiri agamba nti furuta bangi nzijukira demu wange nakayaga erinnya ly'ezzungu ye Mary Jane oyo yambererawo nambudabuda munaku ne musanyu muketo nemosite alibani alivawa alinzija kumwana muwala ono Mary Jane Babiloni banda babubi mugeto nemosite Mary Jane mwagala zemulabanga eddagala
Reggae Embassy Uganda Africa Unite in Kitenji wear
abakyala mwena abasimatuka korona naddala bali erudde eri muno sirandani kyembakutira kiri kimu butefubagiza wadde embeera za korona bangi zatutagula kakati tuve mu mayumba bitenji bateyine esonze bumale ate nga tetusaanidde ddala kugisubwa mwani yabagamba okwambala engoye z'emivumba tujja kwambala bitenji byokka designer Latif Uganda omurasita owakabye yatonga mu nnyonyi wamakwesa lulembaga Maliki Jane ne Hawa abo basibi banviyalo tujja kuba nabo Anifa wa makeup Mariamu yedikoletako ne pofini ebyokulya bingi nnyo ebyekifirika madamu Sala Soshi ebitaddemu omukono Olivia Kasarini nalima makamaka manyingo ulira kuluno twambale ebitenji byokka kuluno twambale ebitenji
African culture tengeza festival mukitenji pate tubera twelina ebifo kabera ketalo gokusa madamu Sala promota chasinze nave mwerandani Munoti randani abatuse batumiddeko Nabeyune ekiteji mwena kamba boneko Omwana wa mwali omuko yalemeddeko Gweguza popini oba Mary Latif yaliko Amanya yense nobito mu by'omuto mutamu Akulukute nyukuta mpangira ddala ebitamu Limwe lufati mumpisa nakwata ku kalamu Mpulira amaganda zenna gambunye ebifo Abitegeka Latif Madoi designer Bwatandika okutunga baba temumuwona Betwesala biteji byokka temutulaba.
Welcome back from that break. This is the Creative Industry Talk. My name is Edio Killer. On this very fine day where we're talking about creativity, Ugandan fashion on a global stage. And of course, we want to understand this whole thing about, Ugandan on a global stage and how we're taking the fashion to the global stage. Of course, I see some of your comments here coming and people are saying, I love that gentleman, I love Jajja, I love Latif. Can we hear some more from Jajja? Of course, Jajja is going to play for us that song, Kitenge. You've heard it, the sound beautiful, and we're going to dive into how Kitenge is going to make it to the world stage as planned by Latif. Sha!
Abamina bakyala mwena naddala bali erudde eri mu North London kyembakudira kiri kimu butekubagiza wadde embeera za korona bangi zatutagula kakati tuve mu mayumba kitengi pateyi n'ensonze bumale ate nga tetusaanidde ddala kugisuwa mwani yabagamba okwambala engoye z'emivumba tujja kwambala bitengi byokka designer Latif Uganda omurasita owakabye yatunga mu nnyonyi Maliki Jeni ne Hawa abo basibi banviri alo tujja kuba nabo Anifa wa makeup Mariamu yedikoleta konne popini ebyokulya bingi nnyo ebyekifirika Madamu Sala shoshi ebitaddemu omukono Olivia Katharini nalima maka manyinga ulira kolono twambala ebitengi byokka kolono twambala bitengi byokka.
Yeah, you've heard it right there coming from Jajja. That's a sound beautiful coming from Uganda. Come on, guys, you're gonna share this out. You're gonna make this look really beautiful.
Yes,
Latif, let's talk about the fashion now.
Yes.
Jajja has given us such a very beautiful sound on stage, and he's giving us this. We are going to wear only kitenge on the party. And nobody has ever made kitenge sound so cool like this. Let's talk about it. So what is the motivation behind this fashion?
We really care.
Yes.
That's one thing. We really care.
Yeah.
And we hope this song is going to support also other tailors and designers.
Yeah, okay.
Because we are trying to make people, we are trying to create an awareness that let's embrace our own. Let's wear our own. We can see the taxes are so high right now, importing clothes from China and everywhere. But let's embrace our own. That way we are supporting the industry and we are developing a country. Because we are creating many jobs for tailors and also designers who are going to become so prominent, So this song is basically to interest the people, the community, that let's embrace our own. Make an order from a designer, your nearest designer. It's not just ours. It's a song for everybody. So if you're in the industry, take advantage, share the song, let the people. We want to make a very beautiful video for this song. That's why we are taking our time. We want to interest the people so people can support their industry right here. So that way we are developing our nation.
Talking about it, Latif, a lot of time we think that tailors have low self-esteem.
Yes.
Because they are not always brought out to the forefront.
That's right.
The trailers.
That's
but the clothes I'm wearing is made by tailor.
By
the shirt
tailor.
I'm wearing is made by tailor. The clothes I'm wearing is made by tailor. The shirt you're wearing is made by tailor. I'm just learning today that a 13-year-old made this for Jajja right here, Jajja Kaya. I mean, how do we get the tailors to actually begin to believe in themselves that, yes, I'm the one who makes Okila look good, and therefore I'm important in a society, and I can take my craft and my art and spread love across the world? How
you're very right.
Having done this on a world stage,
yes, you're very right. Yeah. And I'm doing everything possible, basically to lift their self-esteem. Yeah. One thing, you've seen me make clothes on plane, and on also other platforms. Yeah. I'm taking a sewing machine where you rarely think you can make clothes from. Yeah. But trust me, clothing is everywhere. Even when you go to shower, there's clothing. Yeah. Even when you go to bed, there's a type of clothing. Yeah. Wherever you go, clothing. Yeah. Clothing, or designers, fashion supports music 99%. Because before you even come out,
should be giving us a sound to support this one.
Exactly, you know, because before you
give us some beds so we can continue with this. Yes.
Before you start thinking or planning your concert, you're starting to think, how am I going to appear on a concert? How am I going to appear on a show like this? How am I going to appear? You get a point. Everywhere there's clothing, so people must now start knowing that clothing is very important in society. Clothing is commercial. People, when you make clothes, you can make money. You can make business out of clothing. And now DIT, that's the reason why DIT is coming in, because we've tried to create this awareness that the designers or the tailors must be supported in this industry, and also other stakeholders. Because being a fashion president, I'm not just talking about designers being a designer, but all the industry I'm talking about. The people who supply us machines, we have Kiembe, people, Kiembe sewing machines. We have the people supplying us with fabrics. We have people teaching. We need journalists, people who can talk right about fashion, present nice pictures, not the pictures that people aim at, you know, taking knickers for the models. Yeah. That's not what we are looking at. We are trying to address it nicely and properly. Yeah. So the reason why I'm doing that, abantu basobola okwekkiririza that guno mulimu gwa beeyi. DIT has already assessed us, and many other centers that have been put outside there for people, the tailors who are already skilled, to go and be assessed so they can be accredited. If you have good thoughts, maybe you have a birowozo ebirungi you want to table in the parliament, you can as well be able to stand as a parliamentary, as an MP. You get a point. But before, luli babadde batuita omutunzi. Abo batunzi. You know, like minimizing. When you fail exams, try okutunga. It's not for failures. This is for really genuine people with brains, because there's a lot of mathematics, there's so much geometry, statistics in clothing. Come on, you cannot fail elsewhere and think you're going to try. Try it this side. Yeah. Also, we want to produce really skilled people in the field. Abantu abatuufu abateekeddwa okukola omulimu guno. People who qualify with ethics, people who qualify as professionals, people to qualify with skills and also credentials. So you have a whole package right there to lobby for offices, you know. So omulimu guno sigwa beyi dondolo, mulimu gwa tendo. Yes. Wow.
Well, you've heard it coming up from Latif. This is a creative industry talk, and of course we're talking to Latif right here, and of course Latif Design, Latif Academy, and Latif, the man who makes you know, a shirt in 3 minutes on a plane. That's something totally very different. And of course Jajja, I want to ask you a question. You know, you are now on the world stage. You have been traveling with Latif, going for fashion, golabanga, wangambe ibintu katibitandika. Choose omulembe gogo choose wachuka dala sawa tuliko. Is that the right word?
Yes.
Yes. So I want you to share that bit with us. How does it feel like when you now, the first time you jump on the plane with Latif to go, if at all it has already happened, or even in a bus to go on another stage somewhere? How did it make you feel like walulotya?
Buli wentuuse ne Latif wonna mpulira bulungi. Era manyi nti Katonda yakiteekateeka tubeere na Latif. Ensonga lwaki nayiyayo kalirikisaawo katono akagamba nti omuyimbi n'omutunzi basomesa erudda babasanyusa kaya ne Latifu katusomese gwanga lino Yi o wu a e jangu osome oyige fashioni komola tunga tunda fona sente.
Wow, come on everybody, give it up for Jajja. Wow, Jajja.
Yeah.
Let's talk about Jajja. Have you been out of Uganda with Latif?
No.
Have you been anywhere on a stage?
Yeah, two of the stages nyingi
Zakabi
Chronics, Busy Signal, Chameleon, Bobby Wine, two of the stages on top concerts one in Uganda. Na in a show as we speak right now, we are being advertised already for Uganda independence in the UK. The North Ugandan community in the UK is organizing a get-together event for the people of Uganda. You know, okwejamu okwenazake nakuya corona. So they have an independence event which is going to have a fashion show. But myself and Jajja Kaya will be there representing as well. Most of all, together because we are trying to bring up the kids in the UK. They are too much into computer and everything. They have not tested the real thing. So we want to take the real thing to them.
Wow. This is going to be Jajja's first travel with you to the UK one stage. Jajja, how are you feeling right now?
I feel nice.
Can you share? What are you looking for when you get to the UK and when you jump on the plane and you go there with the music, with the guitar? What are you looking forward to?
Ndoza katonda ajja kubanga ayise mu Latifu okuntuusa ku ddaala lye nalina mu kirooto kyange. Lye nali nsuubira.
Kati okutuuka eyo, when you reach there, what do you want to see?
Okusookera ddala njagala kulaba ku bannayuganda abaliyo. Ekyokubiri kulaba abazungu baatuleka batya okubeera mu mbeera erowoozesa omuddugavu yenna nti ye tasobola. Era obuyimba bwange njagala bugende nnyo sayidi awo nga bulaga nti omuddugavu naye asobola ate ye muntu omutuufu ali original.
So to add on that, the event being organized by the North Ugandan community in the UK, together with UGFX, that is the Uganda Fashion Expo. We know, myself getting an internship, to do my internship in Paris, and at residence in Paris, Chambi Kulobongo, I realized that everybody needs something like this. People have to get out of Uganda, look at the international platforms, tap into international markets. That way, to borrowing ideas and let's do things. When you come to my school, my design, I copied it from Norway. It was a theater. So only when you come to school to witness that, and with time when it's done, because the school is still under construction. But I mean, we need to borrow these ideas. We need to copy good things and bring them back home. When we are so much here, we do not know what people are doing outside there. So UGFX is right there. I did my photo shoot in Hollywood, because I know there are also models here who don't even ever they start modeling until they retire. They have not tested an international stage runway. You get the point. So those are the reasons why UGFX is in place. On that event, we are planning also to have people who want to go look out for, technological machinery, because fashion is into technology right now. The way machines make clothes, we need that back home, because the industry is now growing. We must now start eyeing towards that direction. Machines, materials, and things like that. Yes.
Latif, just before we go for a break together with Jajja, I want everybody out there to share your comment, kisses and disses. We want to hear from you. What do you think about Jajja and Latif joining together? Music, fashion coming together to basically bring you an experience on stage. Nobody wants to wear clothes that they don't feel good in. Or owned, and nobody wants to wear clothes that don't look good on them. Neither do you want to get yourself in a certain shape that when you wear clothes you don't look good in. You become very uncomfortable, and you are not. You're not confident in yourself. And a tailor makes this possible for you. But the musician brings the love, it brings the spirit out of you, and you feel good about it. And Jajja is telling us his story. He's going to jump on a plane for the first time going to the UK. How do you expect?
I just wanted to add on something like simple, small on that, because why the music comes in, because the music sells so rapid. That's why you see in America, the musicians eventually get into clothing because they already put their names out there. Therefore, the brands will sell easily.
Yes.
So this is why we are coming into, in conjunction with the musicians. That's why I address Bobby Wine.
Yes.
His platforms are wide.
Yeah.
Chameleon, his platforms are wide. The Kenzos. When you dress an artist, a big artist like that, Rema, you know, you share the same platform.
Yeah.
Whoever sees the outfit, and if they are interested in the outfit, they'll be, who made Chameleon's overall? Who made Rema's dress? There's a very great designer here, my former student, Diana. She made the dress for Rema, you remember?
Yes.
Those are my former students.
Wow.
We have Ipigogo, former Miss Uganda, Monica Kasiate. She's so proud. She's a former student of Latif Academy. These are all designers who are making great designs.
Wow.
Yes.
And so for everyone who's watching the show, we want to, want you to share this far and wide. And I'm particularly very thrilled that this is the journey of a Ugandan fashion on a global stage.
Yes.
Latif has been doing it. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, Latif, Jajja, Kaya, and myself are going to be talking about how it feels like when you're on that global stage. When we're talking about global stage, we're not talking about YSA stage. We're talking about not just Kigali stage. We're talking about jumping thousands of miles in London, in Paris, in the UK, in the US, where you see a Ugandan on that stage, running, doing the runway. Stella Tal has been doing it, and of course Santa and Zo has been doing it, Latif is doing it, Senson is doing it, but these guys are unsung heroes. We don't know them. People are not looking up to them, but these are guys who are taking our fashion to the rest of the world. Can we define our fashion and take it to the world, Latif? We'll be right back after the break.
If you create a space which enables people to think and thrive, that's a bonus. Before I started working officially, I used to do a lot of freelance work. And as a young freelancer, my laptop was on my back. And I didn't have an internet connection. I didn't have an office desk. It was difficult for me to work at home. So what I did is I would go and sit in a restaurant, buy some tea or breakfast, and ask for a Wi-Fi password. And then I would sit there and have my breakfast slowly, as I did my work and I sent work to clients and everything, But before long, lunchtime, it would be lunchtime, and they would
be forced to eat also.
They would bring you lunch menu. You see what I mean?
Yes.
So when you find a space where people can come and sit and pay for a full day.
10,000, I'm told.
Yes, you see, that is creativity.
Yeah.
Because the owner of this building or the owner of this space knows that people, there's a certain segment of the market that can't afford to rent a premises per square meter or 10 square meters or 100 square meters and pay monthly and bring their own furniture, their own internet connection, carpeting, light and everything, a working bathroom, and then lunch for staff members. So they think about it creatively and they say, how many people can this space take? 100 people per day. Okay, good. If each of those people pays 10,000 per day, and they come and have access to the internet and a nice chair and a desk and a good environment where they can concentrate and deliver. That is brilliant. That is creativity in the workplace.
It helps you become the trendsetter. Humankind is set in a way that they will always have a thing for the pioneer of things. So we see it, if you think about these big corporations we see in Uganda and how they advertise and the different promotions they bring, you will somehow the target market will always have the pioneer front of mind. So for me, creativity, that is how important it is, because you will get the masters, you will be an A-lister on the papers. But if you do not know how to channel, because there is not one company in the arts or in business, as we know it, there is no there's not a company that hires more than 10 people, yeah, and all of them are not creative. There is always creativity in a company.
Yeah.
Mwani yabagamba okwambala engoye z'emivumba tujja kwambala bitengi byokka designer Latif Uganda omurasita owakabye yatonga mu nnyonyi wamakwesa lulembaga.
Welcome back to the program. This is the Creative Industry Talk. My name is Eddie Okela. In the studio is Latif Madoi Kasumba, who is a fashion designer and, of course, you know, a man who is turning around life of giving out skills to people, life of skilling people into another level altogether. And, of course, Jajja Kaya was a musician. Jajja, take it away. You know, we are Ugandans, but we never understand some of the beautiful things Uganda have. I want Jajja to just give us the sound of "Oh Uganda, may God uphold." Let's go for it. Yes, everybody, check it out. Wow, wow. Please go, Jajja. One more time.
East Africa.
Yes, that's the East African sound. Let's check it out. Wow, watu wote wa Tanzania, Uganda, Kenya,
Mambo
Tanzania, mambo vipi?
Tankbovu,
Yes.
Busy Beach. I'm coming actually
Salam.
talking about East Africa, Tanzania. We have a student from Latif Academy.
Yeah.
He is the only person who qualified to you know, present at Swahili Fashion Week.
Wow.
In Dar es Salaam. So we shall be going to give him support as well.
Wow.
Kamau Al Issa, we are very proud of you.
Wow.
Yes.
Jajja, let's talk about that sound.
Yeah.
When you're playing this thing, what do you feel like from a musician point of view? When you're playing this sound, when you're playing Uganda national anthem, when you're playing the Buganda national anthem, I mean the Buganda anthem, you're playing the East African anthem, how do you feel like as a musician?
That is, I feel my country, I feel my blood, motherland. That is the only way how I can identify my country to people musically.
Wow. I want to chogereko mu Luganda abantu bategere bulungi.
Bwembanga nkuba obuyimba obwo, mpulira nga yengeri gye nnyinza okukozesa engalo zange. Nendaga nga soogedde kigambo kyonna, ne mpulira nga ensi yange nsobodde ojjanjula eri abantu bonna ne bagitegeera bulungi, okugirayo ddala ekifaananyi ekiraga nti music osobola okuyisaamu obubaka bwonna omuntu n'ategeera newankubadde nga toyogedde.
Music is message.
Music is message. Well, thank you so much, Jajja. Latif, let's go back to you know, the one thing about going on the world stage.
Yes.
I know we talked about this, but I want to talk about the Ugandan Fashion and World Stage. Every time you go on those trips, and you're on the runway and in the, you know, world stage, and you're doing these things, what do you say about Uganda, and what do you tell people about our fashion? And do they really buy our fashion? Do they wear our fashion? I've seen some people wearing Uganda flag shirt, Uganda flag, looking nice. What do people say about us when you go on these things?
Actually, they embrace it so well. Because first of all, we have very beautiful colors.
Yes.
The Uganda national colors.
Yeah.
And the flag itself at large. And you see, during my act, I always wrap the models that I'm going to dress in Ugandan colors and also freedom colors. So that way the comments are always, oh wow, beautiful colors. So you can see the people love it. And that's the only way I can create awareness that you see what I'm doing is so UG. So if you want to see this and more, simply come to Uganda. So we are also adding a stone, you know, to the tourist industry. And that's why we also set up the Reggae Embassy, because this is where we display all the Ugandan culture and the Rastafarians' lifestyle. The clothing, the music, and also to see so much more, you know, Well, I want to just read a few comments coming from people up there. Frank Tugume says, thank you very much. You know, welcome to the Creative Industry Show, where creativity is explored to the greatest heights. Thank you very much, Frank. And of course, Serugo Matthias says, greeting to Sir Latif Kasumba Madoi, and of course, Jakana and Jokolera. Thank you very much seeing you guys on the show. I want to read the comments coming from Sweden. This person says, Adio Killer, thank you very much for the show. I always look up to this show every Tuesday. I'm looking forward to seeing the Creative Industry Talk coming. I think this is a very good platform for us. And being a Ugandan living and working in Sweden, this makes me proud to see that Ugandans are beginning to, you know, do things at a different level. Shout out to that guy, Jajja. The sound is beautiful, and I look forward to seeing Jajja on a world stage. I should make it from Sweden to London when Jajja is London. So Jajja, I want to now about Scandinavia, about Sweden, because we have our people right there. Amsterdam, definitely, Denmark. When we have shows in Sweden and everywhere, they always come and support us. So guys, simply get your tickets right now. Independence 9th, North London.
Yes. And then so Jajja, I want to just talk to you, Latif. The sound of Jajja, when you go on the stage with this sound, I'm now looking at the future. You said we're going to the global stage with Kitenge, and you want to put Kitenge on the platform for people to actually feel beauty. I mean, happy about it. We've seen the West Africa and the North Africa, you know, where Kitenge, and we're very proud about it. Ghana is leading that process of putting it so beautifully.
The Ankara,
yes, Ankara from Ghana.
The Sheki from Ethiopia.
From Ethiopia, they've got the Senegalese who feel very proud about their son. Now, Uganda.
I've actually, I already did an identity for Ugandan fashion. And that's what I even talked about it in the other part 1. And that is Lucky Collection. Lucky Collection is Latif Kikoi fashion collection. That you always find at least a piece of Kikoi, you know, to create identity that this is Ugandan made outfit. Because Kikoi is our identity as Ugandans. So we must also embrace Kikoi. But putting together Kikoi and Kitenji, it's all African. But because Kitenji has been like global, even when you go to the States, everybody is like, Latif, when are you coming? I need a Kitenji shirt. I need a Kitenji skirt, things like that. So Kitenji is already out there, which is already Africans. We must embrace it. But, you know, to give it an identity that this is Ugandan, we must, you know, embrace ekikoi.
Wow.
Yeah.
So how is it going to be unique that when I see it from a distance, I know that that's Uganda?
Yeah.
I mean, because when I see it from afar, I see Senegal. I see it from far, I see Dakar. I see it from far, I see...
You get to know that this is
Ethiopia.
Ethiopia.
This is
South Africa.
South Africa.
Yes.
This is, they've done it so well.
Yeah.
But you're coming up with one and saying you're taking us up there. How is it going to look like when I see it? Yes.
One thing, it's going to be unique.
Yeah.
The moment you say a very unique outfit, just know that's from Uganda. It's done by his uniqueness. Senior intelligent Rasta Salif. So one thing, one identity, it's going to be unique. When you see something, I was in Paris, and because my label Latif Designs the Animiste label. Animiste label is unmistakable label. Even if I didn't label my shirts, but all my hats, because I have my own custom-made patterns. One time I lost contact with the person I was supposed to meet in Paris in a very huge mall. Oh man, and I couldn't get in touch now. I was already lost. But this person had already been addressed that, when you meet Latif, he has unique hats, he has unique patterns. So I decided just to walk around the mall, and this person just stopped me. Are you Latif? And I'm like, how did you get to know me? And he's like, I was told that you have very unique hats, and I identified you because of your hat. So it's unmistakable, unmistakable label. For one thing, it's supposed to be unique. It has to take it up anywhere. So let's do it that way. Okay. Let's make it creative and unique stuff.
Latif, I want to go to the fashion that you've been talking about. When you said unique, but somebody wrote to us last week and says we need to brand the Ugandan product going out. Are you working to work with some really serious marketers, brand developers, product developers to package your product and make sure that when it goes out there, it is made in Uganda, seen in Uganda? Are you working with some marketing and creative people on you to, sort of bring this communication together, or is something that you're developing?
Well, I'm dreaming to have something like that. I hadn't started on that, but I think I need it.
Okay.
And truly, I need it. So if there's someone out there who can do it professionally, like I mentioned in one interview, I don't know how to leave the school, how to leave my legacy so it can be protected. For example, I would love to have my school protected in a way that it stays for life. If it's the government, but sometimes I don't trust the government because the government sells its own parastatals. But otherwise, I would hand over my school to the government, to govern it. So it stays for life, so they protect the aims, the goals and everything. So it goes on and on and on to benefit the rest. But if there's someone out there who can do real branding, because I'm looking out, to something like that, it would pain me, if I died and I didn't have my dreams come true, if I didn't realize my dreams. But if there are people who are out there who want to support us, we started a campaign building our own schools. We really believe that we can build our own schools, even without external support, let's say foreign funds. We have a campaign building our own schools and the nation. By building our own schools, we believe we are building a nation. That way, we are collecting 1,000 shilling from each person, which is something so if you have 1,000 shilling, we are targeting 1 million people. Every, let's say 3 years, 1 million people. Because 1 million people providing us 1,000, that is 1 billion. My school in Dibalia, it only needs 1 billion. So we want to build a school in Eastern, let's say in Bari, Soroti. We want to build a school in Northern region, let's say Gulu or Arua, wherever, Pakwach. We want to build a school in Western, maybe in Barara or Kasese, Fort Potro. We want to build a school that is going to, help, because we've tested it. Myself, I've tested it, it works. It's the skills that are feeding me to take care of others and myself. So support our cause, building our own schools and nation. Support us with just 1,000 shilling. We are targeting 1 million people. Every three years, like that. When we come to your office, to Warukumi, na yo sobolugamba wadde million. If you have kids, osobolugamba n'abaana bange buli omu muwereddeyo 10. It's something, very small, but at the end of the day, we want to engage the people babeere nga bafollowing project yaabwe efaanana etya. Latif azimbye essomero because I already started that. Nze nawaayo ennyumba yange. I was building my own house ne ngamba no, I don't need to sleep, I need to work and I need to leave something, you know. Like Lucky Dube yagamba rastas never die. Omurasta tafa nga alina kye yaleka. Naye osobola okuzikirira nga tolina kye waleka ku nsi.
Thank you very much, Latif. I want to go to Jajja. Jajja, the inspiration behind your music, what inspired you to write your songs the way you write? You know, and now that you are in a fashion space with Latif, you know, music and clothes, you're wearing a kitenge that is made from a very young man as an appreciation to you as a teacher, and, you know, want to just share with us what is the inspiration behind your music? And also going forward, is this marriage between music and fashion going to change the way you write your songs?
Of course. Nsuubira nti bigenda kukyusa nnyo society mu nsi. Abantu balina okukitegeera nti buli muntu Katonda yamuwa ekitone. Bw'akikozesa obulungi y'empeera. Eri mu Bayibuli baziyita talanta. Era bagamba nti eyafuna n'agiziika oyo tagenda kubeera na mugabo gonna gwafuna eri Katonda we. Kinsanyusa nnyo okubeera nga ninawe ntuuse. Abantu ne bagamba nti bambi Jajja kaaya tumwenyumiririzaamu. Nsaba Mukama Katonda ateeka omukisa mu mbeera eyo abantu bafunemu, ate bafunemu ekyokuyiga nabo talanta zaabwe baziggyeyo. Kyensuubira nti mbulamu obujja maaso Katonda asobole okubeera nga ampa empeera abantu bonna mpozi gye bandiyagalizza. Era nabo bagifune okuva ku kusoma kwe banjigiddeko mu ebyo byenkoze. Neyanziza ekibuuzo ky'ombuuzizza.
Kale ssebo kakati kyenjagala kumanya Jajja naye abantu bonna abalaba ino show from all over the place. There are so many people all across the world, those who speak English, those who speak Spanish, the French, you know, there's so many people. And parents, okuva dda nnyo, music was not something that parents looked at as a way of life. But you are here seated, you are about to jump on a plane to go to London at your age now, you have children. Would you encourage parents to allow children to do music as a way of living, as a parent?
Era abazadde bonna mbassaamu obuvunaanyizibwa okuleeta abaana mu Latif Academy kubanga ffe twasoose okulaba ekitangaala eri ensi. Okusookera ddala amawanga gali ge tulowooza nti gaatuleka. Ensomesa gye tusomesaamu ku Latif Academy yo gye gaatulekeramu. Kati omuzadde nga Mukama akuwadde omukisa n'obeera ku mpewo kuno n'otulengera, beera nga otumiddwa ababaka bamalayika ne bakuwa amawulire agagenda okukufunyisa miliyoni ne miliyoni za sente. Leeta omwana mu Latif Academy we wali ekituufu. Bw'aba alina ekitone eky'okuyimba ng'omulaba ayimbayimba, ng'omulaba akuba ebikerekebe, muleete ayige ekyo kyennyini Katonda kye yamuwa mwe muli omukisa gwe.
Wow.
In other words, the parents should encourage their support their kids. Once you see a kid doing something, for me it is like try to discover something, his most interests, then support him and encourage him, you know, because you never know. If I was discouraged, I was somehow discouraged by my sister in the UK actually. She's the one organizing. She's a promoter, Latifa. Sarah, she's in the UK. Era abali London yao, she's the new promoter, actually for Ugandan industry, entertainment industry. Latifa jakuba kutoka kesawa, you know. If you have a special talent, she's looking out for those special talents. She used to, you know, blame me, you know, stitching with the hand needle, and she's like, like stitching with the hand needle, you know. But sagwa musubi, I stayed focused to what I was doing. Ne miracle, until kati we yatandika okisupportinga. She's the greatest supporter of my career.
Wow.
Wherever I go, she gives me phones. I don't lack certain things that help me, you know, to communicate. She supports me. She comes to every show in Europe, wherever I am.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Corona no ya States. Wow. Otherwise, she was supposed to come on my tour as well.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. I want to just, we're going to take a break, and when we come back, the Creative Industry Talk will talk to Latif about the real fashion now on the stage. And you're going to see Latif on some of the stages, you know, from Lucky Dube to Chameleon and to all these places across the world. And we want to just know, how did it feel like, you know, how did people receive our fashion? How did Ugandans receive ourselves? Were we criticizing ourselves like we often do home here? You know, we just criticize everything home here. But we don't know. The world, you know, describe Uganda as the most entrepreneurial country in the world, but more so as the most culturally diverse country in the world. Are we ripping out of it? Just
gifted by nature.
Gifted by nature. Just imagine 54 dialects brand themselves and become a brand and a product, and all of them go to sell to the world stage. Where will we be? Where will Uganda be? What will we have? Stay right there, I'll be right back after the break. This is the Creative Industry Talk. Edio Killer, Latif Madoi, and of course Jajja Kaya in the studio.
Of the pack. It helps you become the trendsetter. You know, humankind is set in a way that they will always have a thing for the pioneer of things.
Yeah.
So we see it, if you think about these big corporations we see in Uganda and how they advertise and the different promotions they bring, you will somehow the target market will always have the pioneer front of mind.
Yeah.
So for me, creativity, that is how important it is, because you will get the masters, you will be an A-lister on the papers. Yeah. But if you do not know how to channel, because there is not one company in the arts or in business, as we know it, there's not a company that hires more than 10 people, and all of them are not creative. There is always creativity in a company.
Yeah.
Jajja Master Kaya, Salif himself, and Novite Owechibira.
Oh, Africa, songa mbele na vitenji nguo. Oh, Africa, songa mbele na vitenji nguo. Hata mimi nafurahi sana kama minasikia kwa vitenji pate mama nyabo. Bolingo ya vitenji seme ya ukolanda.
Welcome back from that break. We want Jajja Kaya to take it away with that sound. Jajja, please power it up. The Creative Industry Talk is going to be discussing the awards of Latif and the world stage and the fashion out of Uganda to the world stage. Jajja, please take it away.
Mama gawalagana mu nkola tuli batutudde tuligazimbira obusisira balijidde mbonaabona lwaki nti neebuuza balijidde mbonyaabonyani waliwo ebintu byekika bimpimpi byenjagala njatula enfuune neekuba nnyamba ate nga bwe ntegereza okusirika bannange sekulwanga nzikirira ekimugunyu ekisooka nkyogeza luggumugumu be bakulu bange abo baafa mu ddiriŋŋana nga tebe bandibadde batuwagira mu nsonga zaffe mpozi n'okuwabula ekika ate nga bwe ntegereza emyaka giba bitono okubali abakasukka obuvubuka nenja okuleka golofa ewedde ate nga mpya Ssemakula yafiira ku ggwanga muyombya mbuusabuusa bwe ntyo oba yaziikibwa eyambikira yamanya kyakufa kwera kye yantegeeza.
Sounds of Jajja.
Zakakati njogeza lusajjasajja n'endongo njisuna lwakusagula nga kyakulya balijidde namulabako mundeeba bwe twawayanga mpozzi bwe bugambo mulamu yamuziikayo olwabuwaze n'abaana baffe so nga wano mbulemeze mulira we yabeeranga kati tuli mu bbanja kumugjayo nowe Kenya tuli muteesaako bwe tuli batutudde.
Come on everybody, Sound of Jajja, enjoying the music all across the world.
Mwabekika njagala muwulirize obugambo bwange ngera njagala tukuŋŋaane. Yabange ndaba ku kimu abazze baganda bange mu myoyo njagala ntabagana bwe tuba tuteesa bannange tulima tukwanya kati mwe mulowooza ki ku musaayi gwaffe nze bwe mbanyumiza ebife wange kati bizuukusa jjembe bitamye okwebaka ngolokoka mu birooto ate omwana alogota na misambwa tijimutta nze ndoota maliba gantulege olusigango oba okusumikibwa obwo obubugo ulira bwe nvugirirwa obwo obugoma n'engalabi ng'ekuba n'ewerekerwa ez'ensaasi kugambye n'enfuna ekiseera ekizibu si kyefuga dda kino enninnyiriro ogw'omuliro n'omwana alogootana bw'avaayo ekiro kugambye n'asaba muto wenkanamu mu kibiina ajja n'akayimba akazito tyenkere bwenkulu esimanga eggalira kyokka n'akanyuumunyuumaako bwe ndikutta ndikwata mulala namunyanyimbe bakuutira bwe nti lubaale yeeyogerera talimba ne bwe baba abalongo n'emizimu n'emisambwa gyonna n'amayembe
akayimba akawayimba kawanvu nnyo naye obuyimba obwo bwonna kyekimutwala e London because he wants to create those memories. There are people who have lived in the UK for 30 years. They have never been home again. And those are the times. So he'll be Chamukiriza abantu creating those memories. It's going to be a beautiful atmosphere that night. So ayagala okulaba akayimba ako n'obulala bungi nnyo nga bugwayo. Simply buy your ticket to Kitenji, to Independence event. Wow. In London.
Well, I think you can understand it. Just imagine Ugandan Fashion in New York City. New York City. In the middle of New York, and there's a Ugandan there, sounding with this, wearing his kitenge, and looking smart on the stage. How many people will stop by to actually check this out? That's how countries sell their culture. That's how countries sell their fashion. That's how countries, put the work of people who are creative to the forefront, and then we market them, and then we build them, and then we take it to the next level. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's what we're talking about. Jajja right there. Imagine that on the world stage. What will it look like? What will it sound like? Do you have a fashion? Are you a creative designer? Are you a fashion designer? Are you struggling with this? This platform is here to encourage you that it is possible and you can do it, but you need to think. We need to talk about branding. Latif.
Yes.
We are going to the world stage. Let's talk about Latif. I want to bring some photos from, in the system there. If you put the photos up, we're going to start now that talk of Latif on the global stage, the Ugandan Fashion on the global stage. I want to start with the first one. What was going on there, Latif?
This was the Uganda Diaspora event at Serena Hotel. This was also very amazing to me. I brought in new ideas, like for example, that very kind of sewing. It's what I call the lap sewing. That you can sew on your laps. just the same way people use their laptops and the other gadgets. So yeah, that's lap sewing at a Uganda diaspora event.
Wow.
Yes.
And the next picture sounds like you were totally far away in another country.
This was the last one, the Africa Fashion Week in Seattle, Washington. This was also very, very amazing. It's one of my best events. That outfit was sold at the show.
Wow.
Some artist was already waiting for me. I need that white outfit.
Yes, and he took it away. Yes. So that's a Ugandan fashion on a global stage. That's a global stage. Seattle as a global stage. Let's talk about this, Latif.
This was in Belgium.
Yes.
This was also another record set. I made 7 dresses in 25 minutes.
7
in
dresses?
27 minutes, that was in Belgium.
25 dresses in 27 minutes?
Yeah, it was the Bohemian Summerfest.
Wow. Yeah. Again, a Ugandan fashion on a global stage, as you can see it there. Wow, what a beautiful, look at that white lady on that Ugandan black, yellow, red. Wow.
So this is where the comments come in. Oh, these beautiful colors, you know. And people were thinking that I was presenting an outfit. But these were actually the wraps that I wrapped the models before I make the dresses live on stage.
Wow.
So I was presenting the models. This is also Africa Fashion Week in Seattle, Washington.
Wow. Wow. And the next photo?
So that's the same act, the same event.
Yes.
Calling on the next model, you know, to come and take measurements.
Yes. I want to know what was going on with these ladies, with the white people sitting there, with the community sitting there. Everybody seemed
they are following closely.
Yes. So what was the reaction like when you come on stage from these guys?
People, you know, the organizer is on tense. She's on tension, like it's tense in the house because the way they address, the designer is coming, he's going to make 5 dresses in 15 minutes. So everybody cannot believe that. At the end of the day, it comes out as a surprise. The organizer, the one who invites you to the show, she's all on tension. Is he gonna make it? When you tell the white people that this person makes a dress in 5 minutes, it has to be 5 minutes. You know, so it's tension. You know, right there.
Wow. Let's talk about this picture here. You are making a bag while you are traveling. I mean, how is this possible, Latif?
No, actually, this is in the house. I was trying to make my outfit. I was traveling to Dallas. No, I was traveling to Pittsburgh, I think. I was traveling to Pittsburgh from Dallas.
So you made a fresh bag for this travel?
Yeah, because I need to carry my machine. I just bought that machine. I bought it in Dallas. So I was making the outfit to wear with it. Yes, in front there to Jabira. So this was Chameleon's last event, I think. In Lugogo. And this was Tubongana. No, not Tubongana. Which show some good event, but I mean this is a dress I made on stage, and she's a former Miss Uganda sports queen. Actually, she's still the reigning sports queen, Elizabeth. And Chameleon's also wearing another sports kind of overall. That's why you see it, but it's also Ugandan, black, yellow, red.
Wow. There was this fashion here which you did for Chameleon that we didn't understand. You tried to imitate the going to the space, and this had a lot of talk. And I said, "What is Chameleon trying to say? What is going on?"
This is the day we plan to take Ugandan music and fashion to the moon. And there was no better way to take it than to use the musical doctor with the Ugandan fashion designer, the jet speed designer. I created that space suit, you know.
Wow.
That was Badilisha at his concert.
Wow. All right, so we are talking about the Ugandan fashion, the global stage. You've seen that coming from Latif. That's the designer right there, and the musician is actually here, the guy who created the sound to make that experience really, nice for everyone who comes to the event. Latif, let's go back to, again, the global stage. We want to run through these pictures quickly before we talk about the words as we run towards the end of the show. And just put the next picture up. Let's look at it. You were making that bag, and the bag made it to the airport. And we can see it carrying the machine. Let's take the bag up and we see. Yes, if we run through this next picture, we'll be able to see the bag right there.
The bag is done and the machine is packed. That bag carries also 10 different types of materials, pieces.
Yeah.
It's a whole package, you know. It can carry materials, scissors, tape measure, and all other accessories.
So you made this from here. You didn't go to buy the back.
No. I make Latif designs. I call it.
There we are, American Express.
Now I'm getting my ticket done.
Yeah.
You can see on American Airlines in a full outfit. I hadn't made my mask, as you can see.
Yes.
But you see in another picture when I'm making my mask, because I didn't have the time.
Yes.
I just finished the outfit. I had to jump on a plane, but I had to make the mask.
That's a Ugandan fashion on the global stage. Next picture, please. We want to check this out and just go to that part.
Yeah.
And there's a picture when you're making an outfit in that plane.
Yeah.
We want to know how did that come around. If you throw that picture up, we'll check it out.
Yes.
Right there.
Actually, this was my second attempt to work in a plane.
Yeah.
And I was flying from Seattle, Washington to Dubai.
Yeah.
Yeah, I made a beautiful dress, this green one that you can see right here. Unfortunately, I didn't send the picture. The people could see what kind of dress I was making, but it's a huge, nice, beautiful dress.
Yes.
Yeah.
I want to dive to the outfit you made for Lucky Dube.
Yeah.
That was way back. And how old were you? How did you get into contact with Lucky Dube?
Yeah.
How did you get that opportunity to to work with such a big artist on the stage here?
Yes.
Right there, yes.
You can see the Kitenji right there. This was 2003.
Yes.
Representing Uganda on the other side and South African flags.
Yes.
Right there. This is a global platform as well.
Yeah.
Just the same way you just addressed it.
Wow.
It wasn't very easy, getting in contact with him. But when I heard Lucky Dube was coming, I had to put my mind, at task.
Yeah.
And I was working with that friend of mine, Jajja Kalanda.
Yeah.
The one we are talking about. I was actually teaching him that time.
Yeah.
So I was like, Jajja, we need to create. Our artist is in town, he's coming.
Yes.
So let's create something for him.
Yeah.
We started viewing his videos, see his favorite colors, his size and things like, to see his interest. So when I make the outfit, he doesn't reject it. You know how it feels,
Yeah.
You're planning something, but you have not told him. So to get in touch with him, I worked with Sarah Zawede. Connected me to Muchala Alice Luanga of National Theatre. Lucky Dube was coming there. Mega D came in there, we did some artwork with Mega D. It worked out, so this is how I met Lucky Dube. And when I presented the outfit, he was like, oh, wow, I have to wear this.
Yes.
He embraced me. Anyway.
Wow.
Yeah.
Let's put that picture up one more time and check it out. Just Lucky Dube in that Uganda and, South Africa in one photo, in one artist, on one artist, Just put that picture up, let's check it out. We want to see how it looks like. Yeah, there you go. And that's a Ugandan fashion on a global stage, because Lucky Dube just didn't wear this and stop here.
Yes.
He wore it in
the
many
concert
of the
is
concerts
up there.
he went up to, and before the time.
Yes.
And that's a great stuff.
Exactly. This was 2003, and to me it was my breakthrough, because it was written everywhere in the newspapers. It was like I was the best student in the whole nation, dressing Lucky Dube.
Wow. And what was the response coming from Lucky Dube when
Lucky Dube was very amazed, by accepting and wearing the outfit, because he already came planning to wear something. He had already planned to wear something, because he had an outfit he had to use, but he wore at an Akivubo concert.
Yeah.
But for the VIP concert, he respected and recognized. That's why he did that.
Okay.
So to me, he felt good.
Yeah.
He felt good. He expressed it, and he actually stopped the band and announced it on stage.
Wow.
He also encouraged the Ugandans, to support the locally made stuff right here, the local industry.
Yeah.
And that was Lucky Dube for you.
Well, Latif, let's talk about the awards. You've won, of course, several awards, over
yes.
the years. And as we wind up the show, if you take us through, what are some of the awards you've won on the global stage, and how did it make you feel like? Did it motivate you to do more?
Yeah.
And did you share that knowledge with other people, or the ins and the outs of how to win the award?
Yes.
Did you share it with people?
Yes.
I mean, just take us through it very briefly.
Oh yeah, one of the most those awards that I really treasure is a sewing machine that was given to me in Norway after setting a fashion record. That is 10:23. I made 10 dresses in 23 minutes in Norway, and actually the girls who presented were Miss Africa Norway.
Yeah.
And that was very amazing. And the committee sat and they were like, we need to award him his machine. He has to go with that machine. That machine shouldn't do anything else. The design after setting, because it was a great show. It appeared in papers on front pages twice in the consecutive days. That was so great. Then he won an award in Washington, the Africa Musicals. It's called AGMA. I've forgotten how to define it. AGMA Awards in Washington. I won that as most exceptional talented person.
Okay.
Then
how many people were, on that stage with you?
I just know we had a South African, we had a Congolese, we had from I think Morocco. Because it was music, gospel, Africa Gospels, musicals, something like that, AGMA, Gospel Africa, whatever. But you can go check it out, AGMA Awards in Washington, Maryland, DMV basically.
Okay.
I've been, collecting so many accolades. I won the Bronze Thread Award, which is the biggest fashion award in Uganda that people also must know, especially those people who are doing fashion, because you might be searching which is the biggest fashion award, leave alone the awards we are giving out here, but this is on a continental competition. That one I won in Niger, Niamey. Wow. Then they gave me to do an artist residence in Paris, and also my internship in Paris. That's where I met also these other big stars to share with them big platforms like World Fashion Show, the Ethnic World Fashion Show in Paris. It's called Labo Ethnic World Fashion Show in Paris, and that's where I set my first record to make a dress in less than 4 minutes. And from that show, I was contacted by Alliance Française, Cultures France of Congo Brazzaville, to go and educate learners on recycling materials, like get old jeans and turn them into clothing, new brands. So that was Congo Brazzaville.
Wow.
Other awards are, of course, from Uganda. Those ones you know. But we are talking about those awards that put us on a global stage. Wow. Like our show.
Wow. I want to read one more 2 comments here before we go, and we'll talk to Jajja. Jajja will take us to some musical interlude right there before we, you go to the final part of the show. But Eddie Okila, thank you very much. It's coming all the way. I'm a Ugandan living and working in London. Latif has always been a great motivation to us. I have followed Latif, Stanta Zo, Stella Tal. These are great brains that Uganda have. These guys should be able to lead the industry in putting some things that are great outside there. I wonder why we don't support our own. But I'm looking forward to seeing Jajja and Latif in London. My entire household is going to be there. Whether Corona is there or not, we are going. And of course, I got another message. Guys, there's too many messages on Messenger and everywhere, which we cannot read all of them. But I want to sample just 1 or 2 from, these people here. Eddie Okila, thank you very much for the program. I love Creative Industry Talk. This is probably the best creative, program we have on television. For us who live in the diaspora, this is a place to be. Can you please have Jajja play 1 or 2 more songs? I know this is a fashion and creativity, but can we have Jajja play some more songs? I love this. Has made my day. I'm looking forward to, for Jajja in London. I live and work in London, and I've been here for 10 years. So I can imagine these are Ugandans, getting the emotion evoked because Jajja is talking to them. And I have another one here saying that Eddie Okila, thank you very much for the show. I love what Latif has been saying. Kitenge, I cannot wait to see us put on a full suit made of kitenge out of Uganda. And this one is saying, thank you very much. The biggest problem of Ugandan, art and culture industry has always been branding. They don't know how to market themselves. They're very good with the creative work and putting out the fashion, but I think we need to help these guys, be able to package and market these products to the global stage. Yes, we're going to the global stage, but our products is not being marketed very well on the global stage. So Eddie Okila, you guys, can you bring some people who can, bring some economics to this thing so that, these guys can make money and live? Yes, we're working on that, and I think that Latif has just spoken about it. We're going to do this. How do we package the Ugandan music like the one Jajja is playing on your show right now to reach the world? You know, Nigeria has embraced their own. Uganda doesn't embrace their music. But, you know, people come and take from Uganda. Edio Killer, how can we help these guys, you know, package the music like Jajja and then take it to, you know, the rest of the world? Okay, let's talk about the copyright of the music. I'm a lawyer and I would love to be part of the copyright of that, you know, helping Jajja have the copyright, because once the sound goes out, people are definitely going to look and, you know, copy it and do this. This is a lawyer who wants to work out. So guys, thank you very much for, you know, loving these guys and sharing this as much as possible. Latif, yes, I hear you, but the school that you've talked about, how much is the fees for skilling the young people? I would love to bring my daughter to that school of yours, because my daughter loves fashion, and she's always organizing things in the house. She's made our, you know, napkins in the house. We use our napkin at home. So how can we harness this? How much is the school fees? And now where is the school? How can I join? How can So you already have it right there, coming from a parent. Yes.
Oh yeah, we want to thank everybody who has taken time, you know, to watch us.
Yeah.
And also be following, and those who are supporting our page, you know, the Creative Art Talks.
Yeah.
This is great, and it's really very motivating that you guys are following, and the response is
yes.
The fees we send what it's less than 600, and it's $700.
Yes.
A whole course. $700 million village.
Yes.
A full course.
Yeah.
My son pays for his school fees at campus, and he pays $2 million per semester. But we are talking about a full course of $2.5 million Uganda shilling.
Yes.
When you come to school, of course, you have to fill a form, you have to do registration, get a requirement list, and also get to know about your payment plan.
Yeah.
Because we try to make it easy for everybody.
Okay.
Yeah, you can do a very short course, that we call Quick Pass, Quick Professional Practical Art Skills System. Yeah. That's a system that, by the way, I developed to equip skills to all interested learners, regardless of their age, gender, level of education, in the shortest time possible.
Wow.
So that is Quick Pass for you. You can qualify for with a certificate. It's on module. It's at module levels. You can do just a few projects, and you still qualify for a certificate. We have a short course for 8 months, and also a full course for 1 year. Okay. And for those who want to do bachelors, you can still do that. But we are now focusing on short courses, because we want to solve a problem right now. Uganda has a problem of unemployment. Abantu tebalina byakola ate nga ebyokola weebiri, but we want to create that awareness. Kajjangu ofuneyo a few projects, a few skills, otandike. When you make the money, I paid my own fees. I paid my own fees. Tobeereyo ne weeraliikirira. If you can start, if you can get that fees that can, you know, jump start you. Because as we say, the day you start learning is the day you start working. How is that? If you studied a bag today and I was teaching a bag, capitalize on that, make bags. By the time you finish 4 months, collecting the set, and even if you went to somebody, support, I have this. It's easy for them
because you have a little bit of it.
I can make you a shirt. I can dress you guys on your birthday. Omuntu ajja ku supporting up with school fees. You know, waliwo obukodyo bw'osobola okukozesa n'ofuna ne school fees. I tell my son, dressing a basa, dressing to levy off a few, you know, gundi. You get nemusomero wonna. Me personally, when I was in Mali High School, I used to make clothes for you know, students, my fellow students. That way, chali chinyamba ko pocket money. Obuntu ntunga, I don't lack. Yes.
Wow, wow. Well, we're going to talk to Jajja briefly. Jajja, before Jajja takes us on to, you know, the song, Jajja, if you just take a moment and give us a song, Jajja.
Okay.
Yes, of your choice, and tell us why, what is the motivation behind the song you're giving us before you play it, yes.
Oh, Africa, yeah, Africa. Matatizo ni mingi lakini tunipaswa kusonga mbele.
Watu wa Tanzania, niaje, Kenya.
Oh, Africa. Yeah, Africa. Ebizibu bingi na yate tulinogenda maso.
Songa mbele.
Songa mbele Africa.
Abakulembeze batufuga mwe muvake ebizibu. Bakulembeze batufuga mwe mulete ebizibu. muteekawo embeera etetuganya kubeera na ddembe omwana w'omuddugavu bambi n'abeera mu bukubi ekisooka bwe mujja mu buyinza temwagala kuvaako mutinkiza nnyo ne bakyerupa okusinga bannansi Africa ebyobugagga eby'omuttaka biganyula batono muteesa ne bannammwe ate ne mubalyamu enkwe sente z'amawanga ge mufuga ne muzidibuda Africa abayizi ne bamala emisomo nga temuli mirimu abayizi ne bamala emisomo nga tewali mirimu twetaaga konstitutioni ng'egatta Afirika n'ekigambo kino pulezidenti kisaana kiveewo wasigalewo ekyakatikkiro oba tunaafuna eddembe kwegamba buli nsi ebeere ng'etwalibwa bagavana abantu bwe mufuuka ba pulezidenti temwagala kuvaako maama yayayaya wa Tanzania wanasemaji wantu wa Kongo munasemaji kweli wantu wa Kenya munasemaji kweli South Africa munasemaji wewe oh Africa Africa matatizo ni mingi lakini tunipaswa kusonga mbele ebizibu bingi naye ate tulina okugenda maaso Africa oh Africa
The song is supposed to create awareness. It's not attacking anybody, but it's supposed to create awareness. Tubade tulina mindset, what I call a mind offset. Nti ebintu byonna birina kubeera by'abakulu. But there's a way we can create a more harmonious way. You know, for everybody, are very open to these opportunities. You know, equally. So Jajja Kaya is not attacking anybody, but he's trying to create awareness that if there is you guys, let's try to change. Let's see a better Africa. So that's the message.
I like that. In fact, we will end the show on a note of the French president came out recently and said that you want a new relationship with Africa. You know, the French-Africa new relationship working for how do we work together, Africa. You know, the French-Africa new relationship, and everybody saying, okay, what is he saying? You know, how do you go about it? You've heard that speech when he's saying that we want to look at a different way of dealing with Africa and partnerships, not as opposed to being, you know, imposing things. So we watched a film recently where it says, "Don't film me," you know, shot by their a gentleman in Congo, and these guys were coming and talking about this, and then there's this part in the film where the guy gave the baby, the children, he came with the chocolate and gave them children, and the guy asked him, says, who told you that they wanted chocolate? What if they wanted cassava chips and you were giving them? So you as an artist,
if they wanted the KFC,
So now what would be your best message as an artist to that part of the call of the French president saying a new Africa, a new Africa-France relationship,
one thing, we must know something happened before during our ancestors, the slavery and things like that, but we are not going to focus on that. If we have to really move on, we must forget certain things in a way to clear the bad blood, and we start afresh. That's a very good motive, starting afresh and create a new workable relationship with the whites or the foreigners, because right now they know that we are very creative and we have the potential to make Africa the best continent on earth. So we embrace that. If there is a workable approach, in working together and building our countries to create a more harmonious relationship, we are open to that. We are very open. That's why Jajja Kaya, in that song, if presidency is the problem,
yes,
that because everybody wants to be a president, but not everyone can be a president.
Yes.
You see, so then let's focus on having governors.
Yes,
he has a line when you listen to the song. It's in the studio.
Yes.
It's not yet done.
Yeah.
But when the song is out,
yeah,
don't take it personal, don't take it political.
Yeah.
It's a way of creating awareness, and we are trying to devise means.
Yes.
We want to see a positive change.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, guys. And of course, we've been talking to Latif and Jajja Kaya right here. The Creative Industry Talk has come to an end. We're going to end the show with Jajja giving us that last sound of the song he sang about Latif.
Yeah.
And you guys, as you head to London, we want to wish you guys the very best. I wish I could board a plane and come with Jajja and also enjoy this thing in London with you guys.
We actually we need a camera team, like someone filming this whole thing.
Yes. So yeah, you see, guys, come on, yes, Kusonda for this.
But also, I wanted to add on someone who talked about a lawyer. And also a person who talked about branding.
Yes.
That is a very serious issue.
Yeah.
There's so much money Uganda can tap.
Yeah.
So a lot of dollars Uganda can bring in if we branded our products well, professionally. Because I better mu America and ebintu ebiva mu mawanga amalala. We can do this. Naye olwokubanga ako kakyabuzeemu, so the professionals who are out there abamanyi okukola branding, look out for these talented people. Try to make business with them.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, so we're coming to the end of the show, and we're going to say thank you so much, everybody, for coming. Jajja, your last word before you play. What would be your last word on the show today?
Kyempulira mu mwoyo gwange ebigambo byonna bye mpulidde bya mazima, era tuliyose okubeera nga tukyaddeko wano ne tusobola okufuna omukisa okubeera nga tuwulirizibwa ensi n'ensi, okusingira ddala bannayuganda. Emiramwa gyonna gibadde mirungi, era ng'ekigambo kyange kisembayo nga bwe nsabiddwa, omukisa gwa Katonda gugoberera ebigambo ebyo. Twagala amazima kubanga Katonda mazima. Mwebale nnyo mikwano gyaffe abali gye muli, abagoberera Reggae Embassy gye tuva, ne Latif Academy ne Sweet Band. Bannange abawagizi ba Sweet Band mbagala nnyo bannange yonna gye muli.
Wow. Latif, your final words?
Basically, I just want to thank everybody, for keeping glued to this program and watching us. Keep on supporting this TV. Keep watching, because I know he has a lot in stock, to bring to you, kubabusa, in other words. But I also want to appeal to the government. This is a very serious issue, because government is facing a lot of criminal offenses, out of unemployment, people being redundant, and when you're not doing anything, you start your mind weakens, and that creates what we call wickedness. When you're not doing anything, but when you have something that you're doing, you get closer to God. Kubanga obosaba, all the time you're praying that what you're doing can excel. You get, so people find what to do, but the government should also come in. This is a very small project. 1 billion to a government, if they can give it to an artist, again they are creating awareness to like just a party. How about putting 1 billion to educate the whole nation? We need to build these schools, because this is my field. I have to talk as a fashion designer and also for the rest of the stakeholders. We need fashion schools in Uganda. Fashion is a very great element in the development of a country. But parliamentarians, but these suits should be made here. Let's create a national shirt and suit. Identity. Let's support the industry, the government especially. But building our own schools and nations. So please support us. Please welcome us to what to put to the public, to create awareness for them.
Wow.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. The Creative Industry Talk has come to an end, and we're going to end this show on a great note with Jajja and Latif giving us that song that we played at the beginning of the show about the artist and what the artist is doing, you know, created and written by Jajja Kaya, who is our guest on the show today. Until next week, keep it Creative Industry Talk, keep creating your work and stay fresh and stay blessed and stay focused. You know, life can draw so much from you, but you must stay focused.
Africa unite. Ukitenjuwea.
Abamina bachara mwena abasimatuka corona naddala bali erudde eri muno sirandani kyemba kutira kiri kimu butekubagiza wadde embeera za corona bangi zatutagula kakati tuve mu mayumba bitenje bateyine esonze bumale ate nga tetusaanidde ddala kugisubwa mwani yabagamba okwambala engoye z'emivumba tujja kwambala bitenji byokka designer Latif Uganda omurasita owakabye yatonga mu nnyonyi wamakwesa lulembaga maliki jeni ne hawa abo basibi banviyalo tujja kuba nabo anifa wa makeup mariamu yedikoletako ne pofini ebyokulya bingi nnyo ebyekifirika madamu sala soshi ebitaddemu omukono olivia kasalini nalima makamaka manyingo owulira kuluno twambala ebitenji byokka kuluno twambala ebitenji
African culture tengeza festival mukitenje pate tubeera twelina ebifo.
Historically, furniture, woodworking has been passed on, carpentry has been passed on through apprenticeship. So that is the biggest challenge. You learn the skill, you don't get the business skill because the teacher wants to keep their customers.
Yes.
But then, due to the current development, we have the technical schools teaching carpentry. They're teaching the theoretical part, but they are indulging less business. And then the business methods they indulge in are also less practical.
Yeah.
They have been written in books. They have not been actually applied sometimes. So I think one needs to first of all learn the dynamics. Consider carpentry as a business, as a trade. And the rules of trade are the same regardless of which trade you're going in. We have standard rules that don't change. So currently, I think it is something I personally took upon myself, and in our kind of business, we do have apprentices, by the way. We do take in students. They learn, especially through the lockdown. We've had a lot of them coming in and to take on the skill. But we always give them 1 or 2 days in a month where they come into the selling desk and they get to see what it means to actually do the sale. You don't have to be on the planer all the time, on the circular saw. You need to know that after the circular saw, this customer doesn't know it exists. How do you inform them that it is the step that is going forward on their object? And then we've opened up the industrial part of carpentry to the customers. They're actually very thrilled when they see how these things are done.
Yeah, so you actually take them in and show them the process, like they say, process by process, process by process, how these things are doing. Yeah. People at the moment are struggling to understand the older generation because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They've moved on.
Yes.
We're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call, I never call it Facebook, it's Bookface. Why are you on Bookface? Dad, it's Facebook.
Yes.
me, I keep saying, I have a foot amongst the millennials.
Yeah.
And I understand the traditionalists.
Okay.
There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and in the 90s, 70s, where they're like, parents don't understand.
Yes.
Remember Prince?
Yes.
Prince.
What is that one thing that you want to leave us with on this program that we will remember you for and we can start practicing based on the leadership change management and transformation we've talked about, but also from the, you know, your experience as a CEO, employing over 60 people, and as well as teaching millions of people at the university?
I think, Eddie, I'm not going to spend a lot of time.
Yes.
I want to say that there's a saying that a single raindrop never thinks that it is responsible for the flood that we see in the valley. Okay. I want to encourage people that we all matter. We all have a responsibility to improve the quality of life we have as Ugandans, especially, but also as Africans. And that greed, corruption, praising illegitimacy will end up actually punishing. We end up punishing ourselves. We end up killing ourselves. We end up squandering the opportunities of the people that will come in future. We need to know that just like a single drop of rain contributes to the flood, we need to have a mindset that is going to be focused on contributing to a flood of positive transformation of our society. Start by appreciating that you need to change your values, be honest, work hard, don't cheat, don't take shortcuts, because when you do, if now somebody entered here and gave you $1 million, it confuses you. And it gets you disorganized. But if you've earned it, then your internal environment prepares for it, and then you find you in a comfortable space. So as Ugandans and Africans, we need to choose to work hard, avoid shortcuts, take an organic path. It gets us there.
It's a CEO bench, so usually people want to assume that all CEOs are over-learned and stuff like that. So I will change the script this time around. I consider myself a certified hustler.
If I'm looking to know who you are you Ugandan? If yes, what are the values that define you as Ugandan?
That's the easiest question, I think, to answer. I am a typical Lao man from Erute North, in a place called Ogur, and where I will be laid to rest is in a village called Agweng. So if you go there and you just say Otoa Tony, they won't really know me because my father is also Otoa Tony. You have to ask for Junior, and when you're asking, you have to ask with an accent. Junior Tikwene, where is Junior? And they will identify me. But I'm typically Ugandan, only Ugandan, from Lira. I pride myself from being from Lira. Earlier on, I was joking and saying I'm the coolest Lago south of Karuma. When you cross Karuma, there are so many. But when you're down the south after Karuma, I think I'm number one.
Wow. Well, now that you know Tony Otoa is Ugandan, and of course, what are the values that define you as a Ugandan?
I think it's the love for country, love for nation. You know, truth be told, the country is in a lot of, it's a crisis. Leadership crisis, economic crisis, social crisis. There's so many mismatching areas.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, it's home. You know, you cannot run and abandon your home because of the issues in your home. I think that then creates an opportunity for you to do something to change what's happening and what you see as a crisis. So in terms of what I see as a value, or what I take out of that for me, I think it's just the love for country, the need to serve country the best way I can. And I mean, I can't say I can change everything, but the little I can do to create a difference, I think is more meaningful.
Wow. Yeah. Mr. Tony Otoa, growing up, what did you want to be in life? And what was the journey like for Mr. Otoa?
Yeah, you know, my father is crazy. My father would call us and he would show me the compass. The idea was supposed to be a pilot. You know, the planes would fly over our house and my father would be like, yeah, you're going to be a pilot. Yeah. But of course, as you grow, you realize that you have so many things that really define you. I was never a sportsman. So I enjoyed a lot of debate and, you know, a lot of indoor activities. And that is, I think, what really drove me into some of the things that I do up to today. Public speaking, the love for debates and really a lot of intellectual discourse and all this stuff. But besides that, I think it's also the fact that I won't lie. I didn't know what I wanted to be.
So as we come to the end of the show, what word do you have for baristas out there? Because like we said earlier, you won't be a barista at 70. Okay, what can these baristas do to make themselves more relevant in the coffee chain and the coffee process, and also more relevant for their lives going ahead?
Okay. I usually meet baristas and I'll tell them you're going to be active for 10 years maximum. You know, if you stretch it, 20 years. But you can, you know, graduate yourself first. You've learned barista, basic barista, you know, add more skills, but also advance to maybe quality control. Because if you do R or Q grading, then you can get a job in a private farm or a coffee exporting or a coffee processing farm. That's one plus. Another thing, if you're a barista who has a background in agriculture, you can work backwards, you know, switching back to your profession. It's going to be good if you applied for a job, let's say quality control, and you're a barista, you have studied R or Q, and you also know some coffee agronomy. Definitely they will take you. Also, you're going to be better than someone who has studied quality control but is not a barista, because you know every employee wants a bigger package of you at the same price. So the thing is, if you're a barista, you're 40 years, you've overstretched maybe 40, 45, at least learn Q or R. UCD has free, you know, these are free courses. I'm not speaking for UCD, but they are free. R and Q grading, they are free. You stand a chance to get a job in the coffee industry, in growing or processing farm. But another thing, we have some people we are with who have a background in agriculture or biotechnology.
It is time for the coffee break. A very good morning wherever you're watching us from. How are you doing? How's been your week? Monday to Friday is always a stressing time. You know, like you wake up on a Monday and you're like, oh God, I have a whole week waiting for me. But on a Saturday like this and a morning like this at an hour of 11 a.m., we always got you covered. We give you a break and talk about coffee. Get to know things that you might have done during the week, and your weekend is covered. So my name is Amoni Mukisa and welcome to the Coffee Break show. This is House of Talent Television and we're streaming live on our YouTube channel. That's at House of Talent Uganda, but also catch the show on Facebook as House of Talent Television Uganda. But on Twitter, you know, you can go over there and follow our Twitter handle. That's at HTV1 Uganda. We shall be streaming live every show from our studios right here in Bukoto. And yeah, we get to talk about coffee. We have a variety of shows, but today it's time for coffee. Welcome once again on the show. Today I have a guest. We're going to be talking about various things. We're going to be talking about a little bit of, like, you know, how the coffee houses are going to open up. The economy is fully opening up literally like next week. It's going to fully open up, and now we want to look at it in that aspect of, like, how are the coffee houses ready and how are they going to cope up with the extended hours of working, but also on the side of the baristas, are they ready to tackle or take on this mantle of working for more extensive hours? Because most of the baristas, you never know, during this time of work, they got more things to do because they used to work less hours. But that's the conversation we shall be having today with my guest today. But before we get into all that, welcome my guest today on the show.
Thank you so much.
Welcome, man.
Thank
Who are we having here today?
Yeah, I'm called Apaga Samuel, and I'm Ugandan by nationality, a barista by profession, and yeah.
Yeah, I like the confidence, man. That's 2022, eh? That's the way to go. Eh? Yeah. It's Samuel.
Yes, sir.
Samuel, how have you been?
I've been good.
How are you finding the new year?
The new year hasn't been that bad, just because I resigned from my former workplace to move on with something new as I prepare for something better.
You know, always when people resign from their former workplaces, they always have something big coming.
Yeah.
Do you have something big that's coming?
Yeah, there's something big I'm expecting.
You know, whenever baristas resign, me, I always think about, like, you know, pushing out. Oh, that's not something big you're talking about, right? Sam,
yeah.
So let's talk about coffee, because this is the coffee break.
Yes, sir.
How do you get into the coffee industry, and how did you get to know about coffee?
Actually, I got to know about coffee through a brother. I was in Form 6, then we're getting to a vacation. Then a brother talked to me, was like, Sam, you're soon having a vacation and it's a bit long. 8 months when you're home.
Yeah.
Then he was like, maybe you can come, I connect you to someone. You get to know about coffee because, you know, you take it as a profession, then there's some good money, you'll earn some good money.
So the vacation, you were talking about like the senior 4 vacation,
no,
senior 6 vacation?
Senior 6 vacation.
Okay.
Yeah. So when I got home, my parent contributed some money. Then I joined barista school. Madam Nyakaisike was the teacher. Yes, Nyakaisike and Nyapende Sarifai.
Which school was that?
Barista House.
Barista House.
Yeah.
I like the names, Barista House. Like literally it's only for baristas, eh?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So when I joined, I studied for 1.5 months. Then from there, she got me a job at the Coffee Cafe, Chiwatule. Then I started working as a head barista.
Wow.
Yeah.
1.5 months, you've studied, and now
yeah.
you're working as a head barista in
Yeah.
a certain place.
Yeah.
Ah, man, that was quite something, because people do work for quite a while before they become head baristas. You know, for someone to trust you with their shop, someone to trust you with their coffee and everything to lead it. It seems like you're really, really good doing your training in 1.5 months.
Yeah, actually they equipped me with coffee knowledge, you know, both theory and practical. And she sent me to this lady, and this lady trusted me and gave me the opportunity to run the barista section.
During your school in that 1.5 months, like what were the things you talked about being specific? Because I know coffee being as a wide thing. It's a wide concept to cover when you're talking about coffee. So when you tell me like you only took 1.5 months to study coffee or get to know it, it beats my mind. Like, how did you like segment all those things in only 1.5 months? What did you do?
Actually, it was more of practical. It was all about knowing how to operate an espresso machine. Then also the other manual brewing part, the different manual brewing equipments. Yeah, it was about the coffee machine and the different manual brewing equipment and how to handle clients. Yeah.
Yeah, the service part of it.
The service part of it.
Okay, let's go back to when you're young. Did you grow around like the coffee area, coffee environment for you to get to know coffee?
Actually, during my young days, I didn't know much about coffee. The coffee I knew was picking the red cherries from the coffee plant, go and sell a kg at 300 shillings.
But did you know by then that they are called red cherries?
No. Actually, I didn't know that.
What would you just mwani?
Yeah, that is what we used to. So grandma could send us to go and pick the red cherries. We go and sell. They could sell. We could sell each kg at 300 shillings.
300.
Yeah.
Which year was that, if you can remember?
That was 2012. Yeah, 2012, 2009, 2010. Yeah.
Where was that?
That was Iganga.
Iganga. Oh, you're from Iganga, eh?
Yeah.
You don't even grow coffee, eh?
My mom is Sogas, is from Iganga. Then my dad is from West Nile.
You know, Iganga, Mbale, Bududa, okay, Karamoja is a bit far, but they also grow a bit of coffee. Yeah. But that area, they grow a lot of coffee.
Yeah, you're
so
right.
Like your mother was growing coffee, right?
Yeah, my grandma.
Your grandma.
Yeah, my grandma.
Like how were the growing methods they used like to grow coffee, if you can remember?
If I'm to remember or to recall, actually for us we went when it's already grown.
It's already up.
It's already up. So we're there to pick the cherries, go sell. We never went through the nursery bed and all that.
What's one thing that you bought and you can still say, yes, I sold this coffee and I bought this?
Actually, I remember when we picked the red cherries, we used to chew the very ripe coffees, yeah, and we could get this sweet taste from it. Then Grandma was like, "You people, you're spoiling my coffee. Yet we need to go and sell and get some money for sugar. You need to pick more coffees. We go sell, get some money for sugar, maybe breakfast."
Well, the reason why I ask you that question is because during Christmas, my young brother, he's aged now 10 years. So my dad told him, if you want to buy something for yourself on Christmas, go and harvest the coffee, because we had some coffee plantations in our banana plantation somewhere. They're not much, just you know how like you can grow coffee in a banana plantation and so that coffee tree had beared a lot of coffee cherries. So my dad told this guy, you go and harvest that coffee, you sell it and you buy whatever you want, I'm not going to give you any money. That guy went and harvested coffee, and what he did, I'm told he got 10 kgs and he sold it. He bought a pair of trousers and a t-shirt. But I tell you that day, he never removed those clothes. So that's why I was like, what is that one thing that you bought with the coffee you sold?
For us, we used to sell and, give the money to the grandma.
Oh!
That's what we used to do. We didn't know much about money, so we could go sell. Then this guy could get the money and bring to the grandma. So we were helping the guy. He wasn't giving us this money. We could give the money to the grandma.
Okay. Before you went to Barista House as the coffee school, which schools did you go to? And in these schools, did they like talk about coffee?
Before
you went to Barista House as a coffee training school, Which schools did you attend?
It was a Cheetah and Hill.
Oh, you're the rich guys, huh?
No. It was a Cheetah and Hill from Form 1 to Form 4. Then Form 5 and Form 6, I went to Emirates. Those ends of Entebbe.
The schools you've talked about, they're all in Central, and you told me your grandma was in Iganga. How do you get to Central?
Actually, we were born here.
Oh, you're born here?
Yeah, we were born here. So during our holidays, we're taken to the village, to go stay with
your grandma, to get to know your grandma very well.
And the people there.
And in your high school, you never had like coffee clubs and everything, because in the previous show with Michael, correct? If you haven't watched that show, please go to our YouTube channel, that's our Soft Talent Uganda, and watch that show. It was a very, very nice show. Michael talked to us about how he got to know coffee, how he got to know our introduction into the coffee industry. And he was like, there were these coffee clubs in school, in universities, and that's how he got to know coffee. Were there coffee clubs in your school?
For us, we were very, very unfortunate. We never had any coffee club.
Do you think it's something that maybe schools can consider?
Yeah, very, very much. Because it is helping out youth to a greater extent. You get youth are gaining much from coffee, and coffee is on a wide market. You get when you get to know coffee, you won't fail to get a job or to get any connection anywhere, because in this world of coffee, people connect friends. When you're this good kind of person, you won't fail to be connected somewhere. Me, I've been connected by several friends. I've also connected several people. You get, so there is love. There is this selfish spirit in this coffee world.
Okay. There is love, there is connection in the coffee sector, and there is love, there is connection on the coffee break. And I hope you've gotten to know who we are having on the show today. That is Sam. I was still having him on the show, so don't touch your day. We're coming back right after this break.
So I used to love the way our barista used to present his cups. For example, one day he presented some nice coffee. It was a cappuccino, very nice, presented. And I asked him, how do you make this? He said, you go to a school and study. So I used to love the passion he had. So I said one day I should learn this. So I kept on serving his orders. But I found out that most of the orders were according to the way he was feeling. You know, baristas present their cups according to the way they are feeling, according to the mood. In case he left home when he's sad, he's not happy, you will see the results in the cup. But when you see something beautiful, just know he's so happy. So the passion he had and the love he used to put in the cup really encouraged me to join the school. Not until I got to learn about Isaac at the Pro Plus. Then I came with some of my friends, so we are now doing that course.
You're still watching House of Talent Television, and welcome back from that short commercial break. We're still having Sam being able to tell us what were his experience while joining the coffee industry. Sam, what were your childhood memories when joining coffee?
Actually, I didn't know about coffee. When I got done with my Form 6, I had a very different dream. I wanted to be a preacher. I wanted to preach the gospel.
Pastor.
Yeah, pastor.
Apostle.
And farming, farming as I preached the gospel of Christ. So when my brother introduced me to Barista House, of course, at first I didn't have this love and passion for coffee. My mind was all about getting the money, as a youth, buying good stuff, some good phone, clothes, So in the process, I actually fall in love with coffee. I loved coffee. I learned a lot, and I preached coffee. To different people.
You preached coffee.
I preached coffee.
Okay.
And people got to know coffee, because me, as I was at the station, they could give me a steward to hold me, but I could teach them. I could teach them, and when I was resigning, I could leave them to head.
Can we say that your memories of being, or your dream of being a pastor, when you got into coffee, you forgot totally about being a pastor or becoming a pastor?
No, I didn't actually forget about, you know, I still have this dream in me, but coffee became part of me. It's like putting on a cloth in life that you'll never get rid of. So coffee became part of me. Of course, I'm still chasing my dream, but coffee is already part of me. Yeah.
How's the dream coming?
The dream will come. It is still on the way.
It's still on the way.
It is still on the way, and I believe I will fulfill it. Yeah, but so, now coffee is part.
It's part of it.
Yeah.
So what was like the real motive of joining coffee? Was it preaching the coffee? You know, here on the show we call it the coffee gospel, or it was just because of getting money?
Actually, it was. At first, it was because just. Of getting money. I wanted to get money and do some other stuff, start up a small business and leave coffee. But as I went on doing baristering, you know, doing coffee, studying more about coffee, I got in love with coffee. So I do preach coffee. I hold people, you know, reach barista brew plus, because these days are no longer sent to barista house. Brew plus is much better, and it is helping out, you know, guys out there. So I send my friends there for more knowledge, and they are happy. They are working. You get the people I trained. You know, at the station you can't fully train someone. You train this person, and you know, forward this person to brew plus for more training.
How long have you been a barista, Sam?
I've now been a barista for 4.5 years.
Because training, 1.5 months, if I remember what you talked about in the first segment of the show, and now they were talking about training other students. How do you do all this as one person?
Actually, in my life, I've been longing so much to hold. I want to hold. I remember one day I was training a steward at a sleek place. It's a restaurant and a bar, and one of the workmates came and said, "Sam, aren't you afraid that you're training this guy? They're giving him less money than the one you're earning. Aren't you afraid that you'll be fired and this guy will be replaced?" You know, I was like, I don't fear to be fired. Actually, I've never been fired. This is what I've been doing since I started, and I have to keep on doing it. You get. There are people out there, they are suffering, and coffee is here. If you get to know coffee, you're good to go. Be it abroad, you know, coffee is a very high demand. When you get to know coffee, employment opportunities are higher compared to other short courses. Yeah.
Talking about coffee being here, today on the show, we said we're going to be dissecting the topic of how these coffee houses and baristas are going to cope up with full opening of the economy. And that's something you need to share with us on our social media platforms. That's at HTV1 Uganda, on Twitter, and on Facebook. That's at House of Talent Uganda. We're streaming live on Facebook, so go deep down there and put your comment and tell us how, if you're a barista, how are you going to cope up with extended hours of work? And if you're a CEO or coffee house owner, tell us, like, how are you prepared with these hours of work? Sam,
yes, please.
Baristas who are working in these coffee shops have been down like for 2 years. Some have been laid off, some have been working for some limited time. How are these baristas going to cope up with the added time that is going to come with the full opening of the economy?
To the other hand, it is going to be hard, most especially for the baristas in these small cafes, because these people, trust me, I've been in some of these cafes. They are not willing to give out shifts, and they overwork junior baristas to an extent of, you know, making them lose this morale, this coffee morale. Because some time back I had a friend, he was employed in, he was actually my neighbor. He was at Zarif, I was at the coffee cafe. And this guy could work from morning to midnight or to midnight or to 2, you get, and you have to come back in the morning and prepare the mission plus and all that. So the guy actually, after leaving the place, he was like, I will never work again in Uganda.
The experience made him hate working in Uganda.
That experience made him hate Ugandans, you get.
Isn't that what we call exploitation of workers?
That is what most cafes, most especially these small cafes are doing. And they are making these young gentlemen hate our industry. No, someone can't work from morning to closure, yet you're expecting him to come very early in the morning the other day. You get. And you'll find out that most of the baristas these days who join Brew Plus come to study to move abroad because of such incidences. And I don't blame them. Me, myself, it has ever happened to me. I used to work like from morning to midnight at times, you get. And the boss, when you come back a bit late the next day, the boss, you know, becomes so rude, as if you have committed a very big crime, you get. So this will affect people.
Yeah.
And most, especially these people who are in these small cafes that are struggling to catch up, yet they are not willing to provide what is needed for a cafe to catch up, you get.
How did you deal with that whole experience of like working for long hours and the boss would be bitter when you come in a little bit late?
It was actually a very hard experience. I worked for like 6 months. Then this time round, I did not even write a resignation letter.
Just
left. Then they called, you come back and we talk, come back and, you know, we sort it out, we get you a helper. You were good. You know me, I'm a very patient guy with bosses, but when it's too much, I leave. And I've done this to 3 different places, 3 different restaurants. I won't mention them.
Yeah. You've set up different places, different restaurants, different coffee shops.
Yeah.
If you would be in the shoes of these CEOs, these coffee house owners, how would you prepare for such an opening of the economy? Like, how would you prepare for this opening of the economy? Like, you've been working from 7 maybe to around 5 or 6, but now you're going to work from 7 up to around maybe midnight or 10 p.m.
I'll have to look for, most especially these people in production, the people in the barista section and the kitchen. I'll look forward to giving them shifts, because these guys do work and they are not like people in service who always work and get some tips. They don't get tips. So I would employ more people to come and help out to ease work, because since the government is opening, we are going to expect more customers. Back then, clients used to worry because of the curfew. You go, you sit, then someone comes in, say, we are closing because of the curfew. But this time round, people will come and sit comfortably. And we are expecting big numbers of clients, not like those days where people used to fear the old people could not move out because, you know, old guys were dying more than the young people because of the virus. So we didn't see much of these old aged people in our restaurants. They were in that fear. Instead, we could deliver to them. They could give a call, you deliver, you give us curry,
Delivers.
So this time round, we are expecting big numbers of people, but to prepare for them, we need to work on the production side in order to provide and not to overwork people.
Okay, don't leave this conversation for us, guys. We're having a conversation about the full opening of the economy and the fact that in the coffee industry, various people are opening up like to more working hours. So get to our Twitter platform, our Twitter handle, tweet us and let us know how would you deal with the full opening of the economy in whatever business you're in. Are you in a restaurant? Are you in a shop? You would be watching the show because it's nice for you, but you don't work in a coffee business. Maybe you have something like a wholesale business selling merchandise. How are you prepared to work for these long hours, and how have you prepared for your workers? Let's talk about an issue of human resource. You talked about employers employing more employees, right?
Yes.
But this guy will come out and tell you, hey, look, yes, I want to employ different people or more people, but hey, I don't have money. Like, I've been working from 7 to maybe 5, but clients have been stopping to come in at around maybe 2 p.m. Where am I going to get this money that's going to pay more employees that you want me to employ? How do you advise such a person?
Okay, most of the people that have come up with most of the cafes around town, they always, when you reach these bosses, they're like, want to be like Cafe Javas, want to do as Javas does. Not knowing that at Javas, people work in shifts. And actually, I worked for a certain boss. He employed me as a senior barista and at the same time as a supervisor to train the team. Then he was giving me some good money. I was like, yes, you're giving me good money, but are you going to get someone else to hold me out? Because I'm a barista, yes, I have a steward, but at the same time, I'm a supervisor. This is overloading me. You get? I'll need an assistant. He was like, no. Keep on pushing. Then with time,
I shall get someone.
I shall get someone to help you out. It became a song. You get? So the advice I'll give the CEOs about what is going, the country is opening, get some junior baristas. They are not so expensive since they have just joined the industry. Give them good money, not very good, but good money. Give them some allowances. Trust me, these people will work. As long as it's not working for long hours, this guy will work.
Okay, this guy will work, but also the point of quality. You know, we've been used to producing a certain quantity of a certain quality in terms of maybe like coffee. You've been producing maybe 50. Okay, 50 for, let me just consider the smaller shops. You've been using like maybe 10 kgs of coffee a week. That's like maybe 1.5 kilos of coffee every day. And now you're going to open up, you're going to have higher demand for coffee. How would you advise this person who wants to bring in much coffee to maintain the quality of coffee that's bringing in?
Bringing in more coffee.
Like, for example, maybe I've been bringing in 10 kgs of coffee every week. But now, due to the fact that we're opening up, I'm going to bring in maybe like 20 kgs of coffee. So, but I want to maintain this quality of coffee and also bring in much coffee in my coffee shop. How am I going to do that?
You want to maintain the quality of the coffee.
Yes.
You know, maintaining quality starts with people you employ. If these people are well equipped with coffee knowledge, don't worry much about quality.
Really? Because I might be well with the coffee knowledge, but my friend, the coffee you're bringing to me as a barista, it's terrible. How am I going to?
Of course, as a barista, you have to tell. You should be in position to tell whether the coffee you're being provided is good or bad. You get this. The boss should not be the one to tell. You know, this is your section. You're heading this section, so you should be in position to know which coffee is good and which coffee is bad. You know, this takes us back to where people teach baristas from. People have come up with different baristas lab and schools, and there are people who are actually giving them half information and knowledge, skills about becoming a real barista. You get me myself. I was affected sometimes. When I left barista house, I didn't know about, how to calibrate a grinder. I came to know a grinder when I'm in the field. I knew how to steam the other side and all that, but I didn't know more about the grinder. So I got to know the grinder in the field. So at times you leave a school, knowing that you're good to go, reaching there, someone brings in coffee, and you just grind and serve. You can't tell that this is good coffee or bad coffee. Then why are you heading a department? Okay.
Why are you heading a department? Because I'm paying you to head a department.
The boss trusts somebody to head a department, knowing that this person is having the knowledge, enough knowledge and skill to push the department forward. But now when you serve bad coffee, then...
Do you really think that CEOs or owners of different companies, especially in the coffee industry, should adopt this method of like taking back their workers in whatever department they're in, because they're serving coffee, whether in service, whether the cleaner, because this cleaner is helping me like clean the place where I'm taking coffee from. Do you think they should adopt that method of like taking back the students, sorry, not the students, taking back these people for more training, refreshing training?
Yeah, actually, it's the advice I will give, because we've ever done it. It was at Chili's and we were doing it. So is getting experienced people. Maybe you can go to Brew Plus, talk to the CEOs to get you someone experienced, take this person to your restaurant and train these people. Okay, that is actually what I would advise the CEOs to do.
Okay.
You get someone experienced, give him some money. It's not much money. You get? Take him to your restaurant. Let him train these people.
Okay, if you're a CEO and you're glued on this show, which is the Coffee Break Show on House of Talent TV, let us know, how do you keep your employees up to date in everything they do? Like, the point you employ them is the same standard they're doing to the level that they are on in doing that specific time. Well, let us know how you do it. This is the Coffee Break Show, and my name is Manuel. We're going to go into a short commercial break, and up next is our brewing session that we shall be having with my colleague right here. Don't you go away. Would you say that also like the pay in Uganda in terms of salary is affecting the ladies' involvement in the coffee industry? You know, men as like, if you're not getting enough of a job, at least people in Uganda call it kuiriba, you know, they will do that. But ladies, when ladies will be in a specific job full time, and what they get is what they get. Do you think that's also affecting like ladies getting involved in the coffee industry?
About payments in Uganda, I'm not so sure, but it could be. It could be. So maybe they should do something about it.
Who should do something about it?
UCDA.
UCDA.
They should put standards on baristas. Yeah. What I know that here in Uganda, baristas are being cheated. Honestly, are being cheated. So. Madam, she's called Madam.
Say her name.
Madam. I've even forgotten. But
she's which Madam are you trying to? In UCDA?
The lady in UCDA.
You're talking about Claire?
Claire, Madam Claire should do something. They should sit down. Yeah. They should put standards on baristas. One day, I have a friend. He's working in Mbale. He told me they pay him only 300.
300.
But he's a barista.
For man.
Yeah, it's not enough even to pay for the rent. So maybe they should do something.
This message is coming, please. This message is coming direct from Saddam to Madame Claire on UCDA. To UCDA.
Yeah, to the board.
To the board.
To the board. UCDA. Please do something. Do something. Yeah, our baristas are being cheated. That's why most of the baristas are running outside.
Yeah.
They here in Dubai they are paying at least good salary. I should go to Dubai.
Okay.
But if they pay us well, I think we should bring all this energy to our industry and we make it on the map.
You have to know each equipment. You have to know the brew ratio. Actually, brew ratio is I think the most important. Brew ratio now most people may not understand. It is the ratio of the coffee powder to water, and the yield. Water in this article will bring us into the yield. If I put 10 grams of coffee into my portafilter, how much of it am I exactly? So if you don't master the brew ratio, oh, everything is going to turn out a mess. You understand? Even if you know that knowledge and you don't master the brew ratio.
So I used to love the way our barista used to present his cups. For example, one day he presented some nice coffee. It was a cappuccino, very nice, presented. And I asked him, how do you make this? He said, you go to a school and study. So I used to love the passion he had. So I said one day I should learn this. So I kept on serving his orders. But I found out that most of the orders were according to the way he was feeling. You know, baristas present their cups according to the way they are feeling, according to the mood. In case he left home when he's sad, he's not happy, you will see the results in the cup. But when you see something beautiful, just know he's so happy. So the passion he had and the love he used to put in the cup really encouraged me to join the school. Not until I got to learn about Isaac at the Brew Plus. Then I came with some of my friends, so we are now doing the course.
Welcome back from that short commercial break. You're still watching the Coffee Break Show on House of Talent TV with me, Amun Mukisa, right here in our bigger studios. You know, these studios are fancy. They make you calm, make you want to take coffee, and especially with the fact that we have the coffee session. That's, the best part of the show for me is when we are brewing coffee, because I get to learn how to make this coffee. I don't know about you who's watching us from home, but me, this is the part that I always look out for. Sam today is going to help us brew or make for us a French press. Yes, I know we've had many baristas, many coffee makers come here and make a French press, but there's someone who tweeted us and he was like, you know what, guys? Yes, I've watched all these episodes that you've done about the French press, but I really wanted to do it one more time for me in one weekend. And here we are. We have the big guy right here ready to make for us the French press. Sam,
yes, please.
Are we ready to make the French press for our dear viewers?
Very much ready, sir.
Very much ready.
Yeah.
Here's the floor for you. Tell us what's it all about that people fancy French presses, what type of coffee it makes, what method, all that kind of information.
Okay, a French press is a manual brewing equipment, and every manual brewing equipment comes out with the result is black coffee. Depending on the way you make it, it may be strong or mild, depending on the client's order or what you want as a passion. So here, actually, we are going to make it in a way that favors people at home, because at home mostly people don't have scales and they do want to take coffee. But when you're making this in a restaurant, you're supposed to have a scale around you, and you're supposed to do some measurements. So here we we get our lid, put it aside, you ensure that you put it in a clean place. Then we preheat our press.
It's a good thing that you talked about the way that we're going to make this French press. It's more of like a home-based way,
yeah,
whereby you don't need a scale, don't need a kettle, because now we have a flask,
yeah,
just with hot water, and we're going to make our coffee.
What I'm doing helps to kill germs and also to keep to preheat our press. Then when you're done preheating, in case you have a scale, maybe I will talk about the scale side when I'm done with this.
Yeah.
Then you can get your coffee powder, grinded coffee powder. You can maybe, for me I'm going to use 2 spoons.
Okay.
Yeah, 2 spoons of coffee
Why
powder.
would you opt to use 2 spoons, not 1 spoon, not 4 spoons, not 5 spoons?
Because I want it a bit stronger, not so strong, not so mild, but a bit stronger. Okay, because the more coffee you put, the more stronger it will get. You get. When you put less, the more mild it will get.
For the benefit of our viewers who are watching,
yeah,
how big is that spoon in terms of measurements?
This spoon is, these are like 7 grams.
7 grams?
Yeah, 7
so if you're doing
grams.
2 spoons, we're doing around 14 grams.
14 grams of coffee.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice. Does the grind size matter in a French press?
Yeah, it matters a lot because the grind size has to be slightly coarser compared to other manual brewing equipment.
Okay.
Yeah. So it is supposed to be slightly coarser. So after you're done with the powder, you get your water. Then you start mixing in. This is at home.
At home.
Don't try this at the restaurant.
If you try this at the restaurant, you're fired.
You're fired, you're gone.
But what happens if I just pour water randomly into a French press?
Actually, it's not advisable because as we are mixing, we are looking at the flavors and aroma out of the coffee.
Okay.
That's what we base on. Coffee, it's not all about taking, you know. You have to, you know, to get the flavors, the aroma, at times the acidity, the smoothness of the coffee. You have to feel these things as you're taking the coffee. You get. So.
I see you've covered the thing. What's the point of covering the coffee after pouring water?
Actually, when you're immediately after putting in the powder, you pour some little water to dampen the beds of ground. Then after some very few minutes, you continue with the pouring. In case you have some measurement around, you keep on continuing. After you're done dampening, you open your lid. Then the minutes, because I first poured, then I waited for some minutes.
Yeah.
These minutes help us helps this coffee to go under dampening process and to bloom it. You get? We do this in order to achieve the flavors, the flavors, the aroma, and the smoothness. Then we can continue with the pouring.
You know, here we're having a conversation and we're giving out this information to our viewer. If you're in the office, if you're at home, and you're following the steps that Sam is showing you, is it that the time you've taken, like, because you've taken some time talking to me, is it allowed for the person who's at home, who's in the office making this French press, to also take that time, or there's a specific time that you take while making this French press?
The person at home?
Yeah.
It is allowed if it's actually a coffee taker, because it's not all about taking coffee, as I said. You need to get these flavors. You know, there are people who take coffee just because they were being told to take coffee. You get, and after taking, they say, "Man, I'll never take that shit again." They call it shit at times. Sorry to use that word.
I know.
The thing is too
like
bitter.
Coffee drinkers don't like bitter coffee. You know, like bad tasting coffee.
Yeah,
they don't like it. Yeah.
So after tasting, you know, it helps us, as I said, to gain the body, the flavors and the acidity, the smoothness of the coffee when you're tasting it. Yeah.
So the more time the coffee sits in a French press, the more sweet it becomes, or the more bitter it becomes?
The more time it sits in a French press, like for example, you see I've not pressed it down immediately. I'm allowing these particles to settle at the bottom, you know, and I'm preventing a client, because this, if I'm to serve it to a client or someone at home, to take coffee while having some particles inside, then the more sweet, of course, it becomes. You'll feel the sweetness in coffee, and you feel this aroma and the flavors. Yeah.
Okay. For the person who requested us to do a French press on the show, I hope now you've seen what you need to do step by step for you to get a French press at home. If you're doing it in a coffee shop, just theoretically, take us through the process you have to do to get a good cup of coffee using a French press.
If you're doing it in a restaurant or a cafe, you're supposed to have the following equipments before you come up with this. You have to ensure that you have a timer. You have to ensure that you have the French press, the guznik or the kettle, the freshly ground coffee with the recommended grind size.
Which is?
Coarse.
Coarse.
Yeah, coarse. Fine to coarse.
How do we measure coarse? Because me, I assume if it's not fine, it's coarse. So which type of coarse? Is it like salt coarse? Is it like sea salty coarse? Is it like sugar coarse? So which grind size of coarseness that we need?
It's like actually, it is sea salt.
So if you know sea salt, the coarseness or the size of a sea salt, that's the grind size you need to have for a French press. So if you go to a coffee shop, look out for that grind size if you're buying a bag of coffee. And so we've gotten our coffee, we've gotten our scale, timer, the French press, the gooseneck kettle, and that's all?
The gooseneck kettle. Yeah, for a French press, that's...
For a French press, that's all. Plus my cup.
Yeah, plus your cup.
So we're done with our French press, right?
Yeah.
I should tell you about the French press. So guys, tell us what you think about this French press that Sam has made for us. You know, always, whenever I'm on the show, I always be the first to tell you how the coffee is tasting. But today, I want you guys to tell me how you've seen or what you've known or understood during the making of this French press right here that we have. But anyway, I'm here and I'm the one going to taste the coffee. So that's the benefit of being on this show. And that's why I said this is my best part of the show. So Sam, can I take on the coffee and taste it?
Yes, please.
Okay, that is mine. Guys, you don't know what you're missing here. One more sip. Wow. It's a very, very nice cup of coffee that is smooth, balanced acidity, the body is not that harsh on my tongue. So I would say I would take this coffee in the morning, I would take it in the afternoon, but I wouldn't take it in the night. Yeah, so it would start my day because it's not that strong, it's not that bitter. So it would start my day, it would run my day, but wouldn't run my night.
I get you, sir.
Sam, thank you for giving us this tutorial right here.
You're welcome.
And for those who are watching us on House of Talent TV, I have some guys that are watching us via Twitter. I see Bright, what's this name? Bright Sereka is watching live on Twitter, and I see Saddam Chivi, who wasted here, is also watching us via Twitter. And also, you could also follow us on our Twitter handle, that's at HTV1 Uganda, so that you get to watch this conversation that we're having with Sam. Sam showed us how to make a French press if you're at home. He showed you how to make that French press, but he also told us theoretically, if you're a good barista, what things you need to have when you in a coffee shop or restaurant, what you need to have to make a good French press for a client who has asked for it. Sam,
yes, please.
As we are concluding with the session of making a French press, but also concluding the show, what is one thing, that one thing, as we're ending this month of January, the first month of 2022, what's that one message you have for the viewer who's watching?
Guys out there, I don't know, me, I'm a born-again Christian. I will urge people to pray, to come back to God and, you know, pray, because what we've been through wasn't easy. So get back to God and pray. Yeah.
Is that all? That get back to God and pray. God is everything, you know. If you don't have God in your life, you don't need, I think you don't deserve to live if you don't have God, because God is the maker. God has given us this coffee. God has given us this whole space of teaching people how to make coffee. And has let Sam come here to tell us more about coffee and his experience in the coffee industry, right, Sam?
Yeah.
Otherwise, how do people follow you, like on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook? Because they would need to know more about what you've been talking about here.
Yeah, actually, my phone got a problem, but I'm still working on it.
So Twitter is like Sam, something like that?
Yeah, Samuel, Apaga Samuel. Then, yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Then Facebook, still Apaga Samuel. WhatsApp, my number is 07562 43 905.
905. Yeah. That's where you get Sam, but where you can get us is House of Talent Uganda on YouTube, but HTV1 Twitter and House of Talent Uganda on Facebook, and you can get me on every platform as Amon Mukisa, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, every platform. That's why you can follow me. Hit us up there and we'll continue the conversation about how CEOs or coffee houses are ready or prepared to open up with a full economy. And as the coffee break, we say, this has been a nice session. Big up to my man who's in a control room, big man Emma, who's not here today. No, whenever he's not here, he's always on those decks giving us those nice shots. And big up to a man called Diallo, who's always on camera to make us look good. And as a House of Talent Uganda, we say, have a nice weekend.
private sector is not yet fully utilized, because not everybody can be employed by government. And we are looking at a future whereby more people are employed in the private sector than in government. So I think if we all work hard, if we all work together and invest in the right areas, there's been a lot of talk about value addition in the agriculture sector, in the mineral sector. If there is enough investment in those areas, I think it can create enough jobs for our children and grandchildren.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to take you to question number 4, Andrew, which is, let's talk about your journey at City Hall and the foray into the Executive Director's office, which is as Andrew Chitaka,
Very
and
interesting.
as well as the Director Engineering.
Very interesting. I joined KCCA on 1st November 2011. And before then, I was
for so much. CEO of, you know, whatever. They give so much.
This is the reason why you're actually on the bench.
Because of my credibility. Thank you so much. But now they attack you, they vilify you. And the goal is to weaken you financially. Is to weaken your honor. These are slanderers. So I'm glad that someone would stay up at night to ask and learn about me. And I pray that in the next 2 months, because I know many Ugandans who travel overseas, when they go there, one of the things, because the media has been so much, and Sam Kutesa, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, has really not done a good job. He has dropped the ball on this issue. Why? So many of us are being accused of being gay killers, including me. You've just heard that person. Uganda is being accused that we kill gays, which actually is absolutely untrue. And because of this, it has affected our tourism. It affects people who go overseas to do work or study. It affects whenever you go to a conference. Hi, my name is Eddie Okela. Where are you from? I'm from Uganda. Oh, you are the gay killers. And then you begin to describe. So one of the things that I've done is I've written a book, which should be coming out. I know that I keep saying the same thing, but the work of doing a book takes a long time, and I wish I could be supported. You know, many people who write on this subject, like Sylvia Tamale, she's supported by the Rockefeller Foundation, Carnegie Foundation. There is money.
Is a very big brand, and as we go on, we will probably discuss the things we're trying to do to see that things change for the better.
Good. Sean, on the CEO bench, for everyone who is following, we're live on our YouTube studio where we actually stream from. So YouTube studio, for everybody asking for a link, is actually House of Talent Uganda.
Confident in themselves and what they are offering. I think that's the biggest problem. Like, women will easily settle for a less pay than men would.
Mona Onyeto Deke goes on to say, or I think this is a comment, says, I didn't know that beauty products are taxed at 60%. Whoa.
They are. I pray that changes soon, but they are.
Okay. So with that challenge of 60%,
setting up the company, you're doing tours all across the world. You know, a personal account is great, but how these things are taxed becomes important for you know, for your business later on. As soon as you cross that threshold of 50 million a year, you know, you're now in
the interest become more shares.
Yes.
Why is creativity very important for the success of a business, in your opinion? Why is creativity very important for the success of our businesses?
For me, creativity is, I'll take you a little bit back from what I mentioned. Is you don't want to start something, yeah, for just starting's sake. Businesses have to grow. Businesses have to grow in revenue and in how many lives a business touches.
Yeah.
You know, so creativity is very important for growth, because business is not about just growth of revenue. Creativity is very important for growth of any kind of organization.
In other words, Richard, you're saying, even as an individual, if I am not creative, there's nowhere, I can't wear this exact same shirt over and over. Even Balaam had to change his t-shirt at some point. We're used to Balaam wearing one type of t-shirt, and then at some point he had to change. So you're saying that we've got to be, it's important, creativity is important in business success as good as in an individual life, that we are reinventing ourselves over and over, and we're thinking about these things over and over.
private sector is not yet fully utilized, because not everybody can be employed by government. And we are looking at a future whereby more people are employed in the private sector than in government. So I think if we all work hard, if we all work together and invest in the right areas, there's been a lot of talk about value addition in the agriculture sector, in the mineral sector. If there is enough investment in those areas, I think it can create enough jobs for our children and grandchildren.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to take you to question number 4, Andrew, which is, let's talk about your journey at City Hall and the foray into the Executive Director's office, which is as Andrew Chitaka,
Very
as
interesting.
well as the Director Engineering.
Very interesting. I joined KCCA on 1st November 2011. And before then, I was
for so much. CEO of, you know, whatever. They give so much.
This is the reason why you're actually on the bench.
Because of my credibility. Thank you so much. But now they attack you, they vilify you. And the goal is to weaken you financially. Is to weaken your honor. These are slanderers. So I'm glad that someone would stay up at night to ask and learn about me. And I pray that in the next 2 months, because I know many Ugandans who travel overseas, when they go there, one of the things, because the media has been so much, and Sam Kutesa, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, has really not done a good job. He has dropped the ball on this issue. Why? So many of us are being accused of being gay killers, including me. You've just heard that person. Uganda is being accused that we kill gays, which actually is absolutely untrue. And because of this, it has affected our tourism. It affects people who go overseas to do work or study. It affects whenever you go to a conference. Hi, my name is Eddie Okela. Where are you from? I'm from Uganda. Oh, you are the gay killers. And then you begin to describe. So one of the things that I've done is I've written a book, which should be coming out. I know that I keep saying the same thing, but the work of doing a book takes a long time, and I wish I could be supported. You know, many people who write on this subject, like Sylvia Tamale, she's supported by the Rockefeller Foundation, Carnegie Foundation. There is money.
Is a very big brand, and as we go on, we will probably discuss the things we're trying to do to see that things change for the better.
Good. Sean, on the CEO bench, for everyone who is following, we're live on our YouTube studio where we actually stream from. So YouTube studio, for everybody asking for a link, is actually House of Talent Uganda.
Confident in themselves and what they are offering. I think that's the biggest problem. Like, women will easily settle for a less pay than men would.
Mona Onyeto Deke goes on to say, I think this is a comment, says, I didn't know that beauty products are taxed at 60%. Whoa.
They are. I pray that changes soon, but they are.
Okay. So with that challenge of 60%,
setting up the company, you're doing tours all across the world. You know, a personal account is great, but how these things are taxed becomes important for you know, for your business later on. As soon as you cross that threshold of 50 million a year, you know, you're now in
the interest become more shares.
Yes.
Welcome to the CEO Bench this week. My name is Eddie Okila. How is your week? And are you a CEO? Are you looking for some inspiration from those who have made it so far? And if yes, in the studio today, we bring you the story of a young lady who is now the new CEO of Mona Faces, and she's a makeup artist, and she's been doing this for a very long time and already in the studio. So welcome to the CEO Bench. Mona, how are you doing?
I'm great, how are you?
So your name sounds like a French name.
Maybe it is. My real full name is Mona Lisa, so Mona is half of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And welcome to the CEO Bench.
Thank you for having me.
We're gonna start the interview straight from the very important point of first of all knowing who is Mona. In a nutshell, who is Mona? Where did you come from? Where did we find you? Who brought you to this world? Where are they? What happened?
That's long. That's going to be really long.
Yes. So we want to know the long and short of all of it, yes.
Okay. So my name is Mona. I am a self-taught makeup artist, Ugandan, born and raised in Uganda. I have been doing makeup for 6 years now. Professionally, I've built a business around it. I'm a full-time makeup artist. I own a makeup studio at Kisementi at the Bistro. Yeah, I guess that's about it. Really brief.
Yes,
brief. Yeah.
So we want to know, did you study makeup?
I did not. Like I said, I'm self-taught. Okay. So I started doing makeup when I was still at uni. I was 22 when I started doing makeup. In my second year at MOOBS, I was doing office and information management. Yeah, and I wasn't a big fan of that. I've always been an artist. I've always been into beauty growing up. So yeah, eventually I started doing makeup for my friends for fun. And I met a few friends who were also in photography, Lavington and Hillary. They had Blush Media at that time. And we decided to create content for social media and posted the pictures, and they went viral. And then, so when it does, yeah, the rest is history.
Well, to all the people joining us all across the world, we are talking to Mona Lisa, and of course she's the CEO of Mona Faces. Mona Faces is one of the makeup studios straight out of Kampala to the rest of the world.
The first.
And the first professional one that we know. Of course, there have been many people doing makeup business in Uganda, but you seem to have revolutionized the whole makeup business and taking it to a whole different level.
Yeah.
We're going to go straight to our interview today, and I'm going to go straight to the first question, which is, how did your business survive COVID-19? And what were your biggest lessons before we went through COVID-19, or lessons picked from COVID-19 as managing business through a crisis of COVID-19?
Okay, so obviously COVID was a surprise to all of us, but I remember one of the main things that I was so grateful for in COVID was my online presence. My Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube platforms like literally saved me. I'm glad, like, because I had been already, like, my business literally grew on social media. Like, that's how I started, and then eventually got a space, had a studio, blah blah blah. But social media was where I was, you know, advertising first, posting, talking to clients, engaging with people. So when COVID hit, that was the only way of like reaching out to clients that we had. That's the only way I could share with my clients, talk to them, stay in touch. And during COVID, I was doing a lot of content creation. I was posting videos every day on my YouTube. I was doing lives on Instagram and Facebook, and literally just engaging with clients. I was selling a lot of product, which also helped me a lot. So it wasn't as bad as it would have been just because I had an online presence. I feel like having an online presence for a business, it's very important.
Wow.
Yeah.
And people were doing makeup during the stress period of time. Where were they going, the ladies?
I was teaching people how to do makeup.
Okay.
Yeah. So most women were trying, a lot of people during COVID were trying to get into new things, learn new hobbies, you know, because we're at home for a long time. What do you do? So I started doing online classes. I was doing classes with people all over the world, in the States, wherever, like South Africa. I was teaching people how to do their makeup. And I was doing all of that on my phone, by the way.
Wow.
So yeah, I learned how to use to do Zoom meetings during COVID. Yeah, those are things we were not doing before. So literally, I feel like COVID just taught us how to stop, think, and like really think out of the box and find ways of like communicating better with your audience. Yeah,
Wow.
I think that's what I learned.
Wow. And so you've just mentioned something very fundamental in your remarks. You say that you feel like having an online presence is fundamental to business going
Very
forward.
key. Yeah, very, very.
How and when did you discover this? At what point in your journey of the lockdown did you go?
Did I discover that it's
Yes,
important?
it's
I
important.
always knew it was important. But then when COVID happened, that is all we had. The internet was all we had, and people were consuming almost everything on the internet. People were like bored at home, and there was nothing to do, there was nowhere to go, so you just had to watch content. So yeah, I always knew it was important, because remember, that's how I started. I posted my small like pictures on Instagram with my small following, and then I kept doing it consistently, and the following just kept growing over the years.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mona, somebody is saying, can you please ask Mona to speak slightly louder? She's always louder. Have you intimidated her? Certainly not. I'm not intimidated,
He's just
Mona.
so much louder than me.
I'm not
louder.
intimidating her.
Yeah, you're louder.
I just want to say this to somebody who is watching out there. We are live on House of Talent Uganda /HTV, and we're live on Twitter. From wherever you are, even if you're driving, whether you're in the States or in Denmark or in Australia, please follow. Mona is live on television, Mona Faces. And of course, we are live from our YouTube studio, so you can get as much as possible from there. So please share it far and wide, and make sure all your cousins, sisters, grandmothers, grandfathers, and everyone is watching. Mona, question number 2. You have a thriving business as a business led by a woman, a lady. What is it like leading a business as a woman? What is it like? How does it feel like to be where you are right now as a lady leading people, other ladies in your business? What does it make you feel like? Things of leadership is all about men owning business, but now we're seeing women owning business. How does it feel like from where you sit?
You know, it feels great, but for me, what I'm more grateful for, like what makes me really happy, is empowering other young girls. Literally, that is where I find my joy. Just teaching them how to do things on their own, how to do makeup, how to do their businesses if they want to, how to even just work with me and grow with me, and just miss watching other women grow. I think that is what really makes me happy. Yeah, that's where I find my joy. And I also just intend to grow and do more than I'm doing right now, and grow with the women that I'm working with now. And yeah, I feel like the future is bright for women. Yeah, it really is. Like before, women have always been scared to do things and try out things, but it's changing. Everything is changing, and we're about to be in charge. 110%. I believe it.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is scary for some men out there. They must be saying, "Oh,
Yeah.
Mona is saying they're about to be in charge.
We
Why does it leave us? What are
I
we going
can
to do?"
feel it.
Yes.
Yeah, I can feel it. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to ask you this question. So what are some of those business challenges that you faced as a CEO, and how have you navigated them during the period that you've been running the business as a CEO, as a founder of Mona Faces, but also as a CEO?
Well, you know, every day there's a new challenge. Something comes up, you learn, you read about it, you grow, it stops being a problem, then another problem comes. But I would say maybe just running the kind of business that I'm running in Uganda, it's hectic because, first of all, makeup is highly taxed. Like, literally, it's highly taxed. And, you know, because it's a new thing, people don't expect, women are still like, okay, we are getting there. We're not where we used to be. In the beginning, you'd not find any makeup distributors or stores, and women were not used to spending a lot of money on makeup, yet actually makeup products are expensive. Beauty products in general, skincare is expensive, and then by the time you get it here and they tax it 65%, like
Whoa.
it just goes up. Then
the
how
tax is 65%
for makeup. So for anything beauty, cosmetics, it's bad. It's hard. It's hard, and it just keeps getting harder. Like I just wish like the government could help us. Like I feel like they just keep frustrating business people more and more and more and more, and you just have to have a strong head and heart, and yeah, to survive.
Wow.
I think for me,
Yeah.
right now, that's my biggest challenge.
Okay.
Yeah, but hopefully things will change. I mean.
Okay. I didn't know, but thank you for that insight. 65% is quite a higher
Yeah.
chance of
Yeah.
tax, of chunk of tax being charged.
And the economy really is
Yes.
not doing so well.
Okay. Mona, we're just going to go to the third question, which is, in business, leading your team can be very difficult. I feel it from where I sit. I know many people will feel it from where they sit. What did you do to hire the right people in place for Mona Faces as a CEO? What processes did you go through? Because it's not easy to find people. You seem to be very happy, you're relaxed. We're not seeing you saying, okay, I need to run back to the studio right now. There's this customer calling me. But you are here and we're doing the interview. So what processes did you go through? What did you do? The insights that you can share with us as a CEO. For any other CEO out there, a lady who is trying to start a business who doesn't know how to get the right people in the business.
Well, I would say patience. This is something that I used to struggle with a lot. I am so grateful to God right now that I actually have a team that I love, that is reliable, that I can rely on, and also that my clients love. It wasn't always like that, of course, and partly because I was also not there yet. You know, I needed to read more, I needed to learn more about motivating your employees and how to like. And I think I'm still learning. I'm constantly reading a lot of business books, trying to find knowledge and learn how to, you know, just learn how to do better. But also, what I would say helps me is, let me see, just being patient with my employees, being patient with them and teaching them. And also, I think I'm a very intuitive person. So sometimes your instincts just tell you this is a good person. Wow. This is not, And also I'm a hard worker, and I love people who are very hardworking. So that usually draws me to the people that I end up working with eventually. If someone is not hardworking, they're not hardworking, they'll never do the job. Even if you motivate them 110%. If they're not passionate about it, they won't do it. So I've been blessed to find people that are passionate and that are hardworking and that are excited to go with me.
Wow.
I don't even know if I'm answering the question right.
Well, you've actually answered the question well, because most times young people, the one thing I've picked from Mona right now and this morning and on this day and on this interview is that be patient with people. But Mona, how do you be patient with a person who is not seeing the direction of where you're going? Do you communicate your vision to your people first when you bring them in? Are they just excited to work with you? What motivates them that make you feel like, oh, is it the vision, they see where you're going? And they say, I want to be part of this.
I think it's sharing, you know, just being transparent and letting them know that, you know, this is not all glam and exciting and what, it's actually hard work. You're going to work really hard, but then where do you want to go? Where do you see yourself going? What do you want to be like in 5 years? And you'd rather build something with me than just, you know, stay figuring it out, and before you know it, it's 5 years and you've not really built something. So just showing them that we are going somewhere, we are building something together. I think that is encouraging for most people.
Okay. Mona, before we take our second break, I just want to ask you this question, still on question number 3. How do you continue to keep these people motivated? How did you, is it because you sold the video well to them or you're paying them well? How do you keep them motivated?
I think, it's a struggle. Every day you learn. And you know, every day you learn and people's wants and needs change every other day. And what excited them last year may not be as exciting for them this year. But constant communication you know, and reminding them what the vision is, and also them seeing it, because I feel like people sometimes get demotivated working with someone that, or working with a company that they feel like is not going anywhere, is not growing. So once you put in the work and you show, this is where I want us to go and this is where we're going, and every day you're doing something new, you're creating something new, you're going somewhere, they see that you're going somewhere, they want to go there with you.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's what helps me. Yeah, and also just being a nice person, listening to them. Yeah, because they also, like, it's our business.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you basically spend a lot more time as a CEO listening to them
Yeah.
than you talking to them.
Yeah, you listen to them, and they usually have a lot of things to tell you, a lot of insights, like, Mona, change this, do this. Sometimes they're the boss of me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's a big lesson right there. Sometimes they're the boss of me. And this is coming from a CEO who is not just talking because she's talking. No, she's earned the right to be on the CEO bench. And she's here because she has a story to tell. We're going to take another break, and when we come back, we will toss to Mona on the first success of the business on the CEO bench, and Mona will be telling us how to do the makeup. And if you want to learn how to do the makeup, please call your neighbor, call your cousin, tell them Mona is on TV. Meanwhile, I'm being dissed here that the skin doesn't look the same. So when I come back from the break, we want to see if Mona is going to turn my ugly faces into some beautiful faces, right? The CEO bench will be right back after the break. Welcome back from that break. This is the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okila, and in the studio is Pastor Pastor Julius Rodlonyo. You know, Pastor Joshua is here every Sunday for the Family Talk Show, so I keep mixing things. JJ, but Pastor, welcome back to the show.
Thank you very much.
And this is the CEO Bench. Feel at home, take a cup of coffee, enjoy yourself. I want to take you straight to your next question, Pastor, on leadership now.
Yeah.
On leadership, what is the leadership by your understanding?
Right. If I'm to just and I've thought through this
and definition also.
Yes. For me, leadership is a privilege of moving people towards a destiny. And for me, it would be towards God's agenda. That's the best, moving people to God's agenda. God has an agenda for everybody. And I know some people say, oh, it's too much of God. But God has a plan for this world. And so whether you're in business, you're a medical personnel, if somebody came to you, a good medical leader says, I want you not only to be healed, but to be healthy. That's the kind of mindset that I see. And it's about serving.
Yeah.
But let me summarize with this. There's two lenses of leadership that exist in my view. One is transformational leadership, the other one is transactional. And those are the two popular leadership styles that I see, or frames of mind for leadership. And here's my simple definition of transactional, which is a weaker kind of leadership, yet somehow the most popular and what people look for. Transactional leadership looks at leadership in form of power and position. It's about what position. So when you say CEO bench, some people are watching because they want to get to that position because it brings a certain kind of power with it. But if that's all you see of leadership, it becomes transactional. The one that for me is the core of change and productivity is transformational leadership. Because transformational leadership doesn't just look at position and power. Transformational leadership looks at purpose. There's purpose. You are a leader to accomplish something. And that purpose drives a transformational leader. But of course, purpose without productivity is useless.
Is dead, yes.
So the other thing that a transformational leader is thinking is, how do I make a difference? How do I produce results given the place of leadership that I have. So how do I transform? You started by saying it, because it's not just about
it's very passionate
occupying
about
space. It's about making a difference. So for me, the leadership that every human being should aspire for is transformational leadership. That's the Jesus kind of leadership. Jesus showed up in this world, transformed the way we looked at our relationship with God, the way we related with one another. Till today, we are having that, legacy of his transformational leadership style. And for me, that's the kind. It's a servant leadership that is purpose-driven and looks to making a difference.
Wow. Pastor, I am a transformational leadership coach by training, by practice, and by skills as well. And over here, when we were designing the CEO bench, we looked at a number of things. Many years ago, about 18 years ago, we started thinking about these things. And we said one day we want to bring the transformational leadership approach, but how do we approach it? We want to put it to the CEO bench. So here we define transformational leadership as a leadership approach that causes change in individuals, as an individual, but also with a view of turning followers, people who follow you, into leaders, as well as causing change. It must have a cause change in the social systems of a society, of a nation, or a family, of an individual. And that said, we want to take you to your next question. On that note, who is a leader to you, and are you one having defined leadership?
I think leadership is a journey. I love what John Maxwell, who is an incredible leadership expert, says. Different levels of leadership. 5 different levels of leadership. Yes, he describes that. And I think the lowest is the positional one that I talked about, which is just gives you an opportunity to lead, but some people stop there. So if you ask me, am I a leader? By the grace of God, I am a leader, and I am growing as a leader. And I thank God for that privilege of being a leader. And who is a leader to me? It's very simple. Someone that has a vision, but it is also someone that is there serving people. For me, that's a leader. Vision is where you want to take things. Serving is the recognition that if the things do not matter to people, drop them.
Wow.
Drop them. Because at the end of the day, whatever we do must make a difference in people's lives. Anybody who has had huge impact in history, in leadership, the impact is not measured by just the things they did, but what those things did for people's lives.
Correct.
Did they make a difference? So it's useless for you to make so much money and the money does not add value to people's lives.
Wow.
So for me, yes, you have to have a vision, and at the end of the day, you are serving people.
Well, I told you, Pastor is on fire, and I told you if you bring people who have grown from level 1 to level 5, they always have a lot to say. Pastor, I want to take you to the next question. What is your understanding of leadership at the national level and the religious level where you are at the moment?
I think it's the same thing. Again, it doesn't change. Leadership is leadership, whether it is at what we would call a lower level or a top level. Leadership is leadership. It's about influence. It's that influence that comes from you have a vision and you are serving people. So what changes is the level of responsibility, but the other one that people don't like is the level of accountability.
Yes.
You see, Jesus said, to whom much is given, much will be required. So the only differences there is the level of responsibility. When you're at a national level, you are now responsible for an entire nation. When you were a CEO, now you're no longer just looking at the department, you are looking at the entire entity. The responsibility has changed, the accountability even goes higher. But here's where I say it's the same, it's the levels of responsibility that change. A leader at a lower level must remain a leader, a person of integrity. Just like we hold our top leadership to be people of integrity and accountability, it's the same for everybody. You know, in our context here, when we say the word corruption, the immediate thought comes, oh, those guys in big positions are the corrupt people. Corruption is a heart matter that whether you're at a lower level or in a place where we never know you, corruption is corruption. Because sometimes we define those things based on the level and position. So that's why I also would come to the issue of leadership. You are a leader regardless of where you are. It's just the responsibilities that change and the accountability levels become. The more you lead, the more accountable you have to become. So that's how I would, you know, go about it. I wouldn't try to distinguish it very much. I would only try to, in a sense, define it in terms of level of responsibility and level of accountability. And of course, leadership capacity is there. You can grow your leadership capacity. That's the beautiful thing. Growth is possible when it comes to leadership.
Wow. Well, we're on the CEO bench. We're going to ask Pastor 2 more questions before we go into a break. And when we come back, we're going to look at the transformational part of it. And of course, the foray into the leadership of Watoto Church that we already know. Watoto is not a small place for anyone to play around with. It's a place that has a foundation that is very deep. It has a footprint all over the world. And Julius here is taking over from Pastor Gary. We want to know whether he's fit for the task or is getting himself fit for the task. Well, Pastor Julius, let's dive into change management. First of all, there's change happening at Watoto.
Yes.
And you are the helm of change at the moment.
Right.
I'm sure, like it was with Jesus, when he said, stay in Jerusalem and I'll send you a helper, it is written, in 10 days or so. They sat there and waited and waited and waited, and one day, I think on the 9th day, Peter decided, says, you people, I think we're missing one person. I think we need to do a, you know, and replace Judas. Of course, it's not in the context of Watoto. We need to replace Judas. And so they cast the lot, which means there are many people that fit the bill of replacing Judas. So in your context, not quite related, but close.
Yes.
There were very many people that could have fitted the bill of replacing Gary at the helm of leadership. As the founder, he said, I'm retiring, and he made it public announcement in church that he's retiring. And he said, I have had so many people, and he became very emotional when he was announcing. Eventually, he announced Julius as one of them. How did that make you feel like? Having joined the church from 1997, from just a guy who found himself in church to now being at the helm of leading Watoto?
I need to say this. It's a huge privilege to be entrusted with leadership. But the other thing I need to say is we are a number of pastors, because our kind of leadership is team leadership. And I love a statement that Gary likes to make. He says, hey, we are a team. And I just have the wonderful privilege that God has allowed me to be a team leader among equals. That's powerful. What that says is that opportunity to serve is a God-given opportunity. And the best use of it is to serve in humility and serve the people that God has called you to serve, and serve with those around you. So for me, it was a great one. I felt at that point, one, the weight of the responsibility that comes with this, but also the recognition of being trusted to be able to lead. But also the great example that has been set for us as younger leaders, that you need to always prepare for the next leadership. Leadership continuity. Those were some of the things that have come. But the other bit that was, which people do not see, is the incredible support and the incredible burden that we carry together as pastors. As pastors. Our leadership at Watoto has never been a one-man show. It has always been team, leadership. But ultimately, there's going to be one person who
is accountable for it.
And so that's the place God has asked me to serve, and also through our team leaders, Gary and Marilyn. So yeah, the weight of the responsibility, but the excitement of the future as well. I think we have vision, there's lots that God wants to do, and we're going to continue to do that.
Very well. Pastor, CEOs are meant to manage change, and you are at a leadership position just like a CEO. Dr. Jean Paul Lowe told us here that CEO means Chief Executive Officers, which means there are many executives down here. You're just the chief of them. And I think is what you have just said, that ours at Watoto is a team leadership.
Yes.
I want to take you straight to one thing, transformation and change. Change is happening at Watoto. Gary is going and you're coming in. Is this being communicated?
Yes. I think it's no longer a secret. It's public news, and it's good change the way we are doing it. And I'm so thankful that we get to be alive while we're seeing change happening like that. So yes, it's being communicated. You know, when you think about change, I prefer the word transformation, but when we think about the word change, this is what comes to my mind. There are those who manage change. Now, change management is when things externally come and disrupt what you're doing. You gotta manage that. There are those who avoid change by, they don't want change. Because change comes with a sense of loss, a sense of uncertainty. So there are those who are change managers, and there are those who are change avoiders. Transformational leaders are change leaders. In other words, what they do is they initiate change based on the vision they see. So when you talk about change happening at Watoto, it's not just happened to us. All of this has been intentional, and that's why I say it's such a huge privilege to be in a place where we see this happening, and we get to be a part of it, almost being in your own movie. This was all initiated by Gary himself and Marilyn, who are founders. You know, some people are founders and they never ever leave.
They always stay there.
They stay. But because of the vision they have, the belief in raising leaders, they initiated this entire process and said, you know what? There has to be leadership change at Watoto. And this process didn't start 5 years ago. This process started almost 10, 15 years ago, while Gary was in his 50s, pretty much, early 50s. And he begins to say, guys, there's going to come a time when I'm no longer leading. We need to prepare for that next generation of leaders, and the next, and the next. So, in other words, he leads change, and not just manage change.
Wow. And I want to ask you the next question before we go, Pastor Julius. This is your bench. Of course, it can get hot here a little bit. So if you see Pastor Julius sweating, you know that it's a bit hot in here a little bit. The bench is meant to give us direction. Pastor Julius, the learning organization, Watoto is a big organization. And the learning of it is not something that we can take for granted. You are now at the helm of being a team leader. How are you doing it? If you would share that with us.
You're talking about learning?
Yes, learning the organization. You are now at where that is. Obviously, things were not exposed to you to that level, and now you're still exposed to that level.
In fact, here's the beautiful thing about our context, and it's different. I understand exactly what you mean, learning, because you must always be learning the entity, and not just learning, you are also learning about the new things that could come. And things are changing. You must always be learning.
That's part of change management.
And that's part of it. So yes, I'm doing a lot of that. And you have to unlearn some things. And relearn other things. So I am doing it individually, learning to grow as a leader. You know, self-leadership is key in transformational leadership. As you grow in leadership, you also begin to have to grow your capacity. So I'm learning personally. But on an organizational level, yes, I'm getting to learn accounts and different things. And you're getting to learn so many dynamics, communication. The other day we had the team meeting and people are asking questions, and you get to see where we are weak as an organization, as a church. And you begin to learn how to make those things better. So you're always learning. But here's the difference with us. I wasn't appointed as a pastor or associate team leader coming out of a different organization to Watoto. It's a different context. For CEOs, you may be hired as a CEO coming from a totally different organization to a new one. So the learning curve is bigger. Ours was more of a mentorship and growth process. So I don't need to learn the vision. I have been part of the vision. I don't need to learn how we express ourselves. I have grown in the entire process. So that makes it a little bit different for me. If there's any learning thing that I must do, it is what it means to lead entities and understand these different dynamics, and you begin to apply the laws of the land and different things. You're beginning to pay attention to those things that I otherwise never used to pay attention to.
Because you were just preaching and you finish and you go home on Sundays.
So you got to learn all of
preaching
that
anymore that much.
Exactly. So those are the parts that I got to learn. And of course, we're a ministry that has global reach, and also begin to learn dynamics of global ministry and working with different cultures and contexts and how they apply their different expressions of what we do there. So you begin to learn and grow in some of those. So I'm doing that, and the good thing, the way we are doing it, here's the thing. Sometimes transition in countries, in companies or organization, one leader goes and they are gone. And it's understandable.
And when the other one comes, they bring in, I want my new people, I want
exactly.
to cause this.
And there could be a place for that. But in our context as a church, because we are family, you never get rid of your father. You may grow as a son, be even greater than your father, but a father always remains a father. So that's the mindset we are using, and that's the philosophy of leadership at Watoto. Is a family-oriented one. When your time comes and you've shifted roles, doesn't mean you're out. And that's how we are approaching our leadership change in terms of when you talk of structural leadership.
Well, Doctor, thank you very much for coming to the show. We want to wind up the show by talking to you about Sail Uganda. First of all, what is Sail Uganda, and why did you start Sail Uganda when having gotten the good transformational development where you are? Why did you feel like you needed to leave and come to Sail, and what is Sail about?
Okay. Now, as the previous person wrote in comments and said that one of the biggest challenges is transitioning from employment.
In fact, I can read that to you again. It came from Chaya K. Cave. It says, a time is hard to make the transition from a job to actually doing your own thing. How does one do that?
Now, you must recognize time. You see, as we said, change is a fact of life. So change is something that is going to happen whether you like it or not. At one time, Eddie, you did not have beards.
True.
Now you have beards. Did you want to get the beards? It's a fact that it had to happen. So it's like transitioning. You must recognize that change is coming. Who knew that COVID would be here a couple of months ago? Nobody knew, and change has happened. So you must be able to position yourself. So we knew that at a given time X, you must be self-employed. And with self-employment, you must be able to channel these commitments into your own business. So I know that I am very effective in coordination, administration, business processes. So if I could do that good job for somebody else, why else? Why not in my own company? Now, Sail Uganda is a consulting firm. It is co-founded by myself and my sister, Dr. Caroline, where we offer services, advisory, coaching services in the line of, for me personally, finance and business operations. So we help small, medium, and micro organizations or individuals build their wealth to transition from certain segments to a certain place. If you're tired of this vicious cycle of poverty, if you're really tired of that cycle, then Seal Uganda is your place. You get in touch with us. So we coach, we train, we give talks, we encourage, we walk with you. And then London International Christian Academy, it's one of those school chains that we started a couple of years ago in 2019. Slowly, when we're getting into the real business, COVID hits. And then when COVID hit, that means change had to happen. You needed to re-engineer yourself. So London International Christian Academy is an international school that offers the Cambridge curriculum, but blended with Christian values. So we have a hybrid of where we factor in the Christian values. It's a Christian school, so we are very patent to the Christianity in our lives that God has impacted on us. And then we do, within Seal, we provide financial services to vulnerable people, like the young, the youth in our area, the children that who have started businesses. We offer usually that service for free in that area. So we've rallied with the knowledge that we have. We've rallied people around, and we're helping them because we need to grow together. If we need our areas or our villages where we live in to develop, we need to, I hold your hand, you hold another person's hand, and that's how we're going to grow and get out of this vicious cycle.
Wow. Well, Doctor, we got a question here for you saying Bend Otatina.
Yes.
Chinemugisha said, thanks CEO for that message. And Kawume, thank you very much for joining us on the tail end when Doctor is almost done with the interview here on the CEO bench. But I have a couple of questions here saying, wow, she's talked about business operations. Can Dr. first of all expound more or enlighten us more about business operations? We often hear business operations. This sounds like more of a CEO language and PhD holder. Can you break it down to me? If I have border businesses, how do I manage this?
Okay. Now, business operations is people management, logistics, your supply chains, your procurement, your finances, your administration, your coordination. So business operations encompasses everything that an organization needs. And if you have a border business, you need all those segments. How do you manage your people? How do you manage your clients? Client relationship. How do you talk to them? Do you greet them? If you're a vendor in the market, do you wash your vegetables? Well, you would want to go back to this sabji. I call them the sabji wala. In Asia, they call them the sabji. The guys who sell the vegetables. I would want to always go back to this person who washes their monde, properly packages them, and then the one who offers them dirty, because you're adding a little bit of value to your business. And that's what brings a customer. So business finance is in its own, and business processes, so it encompasses everything that an organization needs.
Wow. Well, you've got that on right. And somebody saying, can you please ask Doctor before you close the show one more thing? When she talks about financial discipline, can she share how do we attain financial discipline in our businesses? It's really difficult when you're coming from salaries where you are earning salaries to where now you have to make money and you're responsible for other people's needs.
Okay. Now that's an interesting, it starts with how you spread your income and the discipline of making your financials right. Now the difference is now somebody else from an organization was managing your finances for you. Now it is your responsibility. So you must make sure you separate the accounts. You must make sure you don't run your business as your wallet. Business goes through the business channels. If you said you've earmarked this bank account to receive all the monies, channel all that money, you must make sure you have documentation. Documentation meaning you spend on Ndiro coffee lunch for a team of people, get a receipt. Don't come with verbal knowledge. Because after 3 weeks, you will not remember that you had lunch at Indiro. But you see, that money is drawn out. Stick to the way you spread your money and use the personal withdrawals. Personal withdrawals simply means when you spread your income, let's say this month, when you have tallied your expenditure and income, that will only be possible if you've documented it. Now, if without documentation, you will not know how much money you've made. You will not know how much expenditure has gone out. Then within the expenditure, you pay yourself. And on your payment, you're free to do whatever you want with your payment. Yes. But having made a clear distinction of how you channel the business money. So this person, to start with, must understand that now they are responsible for their finances. Yeah. It's no longer some accountant in another department. And then make sure, or go to NASA, print receipts, print invoices, print performer invoices, make sure your documentation is right. Download an app that can manage your finances than doing it manually. So that on a given month, you have all the records. You have your ins and you have your outs.
Wow. Doctor, we have come to the end of the show.
Yes.
We want to just ask you, first of all, Seal Uganda, thank you very much for coming. We're probably going to bring you back and talk about Seal Uganda at some point. And but Landa International Christian Academy, from Kamucha to Landa, means you are a bad man from Kamucha, but from Kamucha to Landa.
Yes.
Why did you move from Kamucha to Landa?
Yes.
What's the story behind this?
Now the story is, we grew up in a very noisy neighborhood. Kamocha.
Yeah.
Now there are advantages and disadvantages of such areas. Now in Kamocha, you can go at any time and grab something to eat. Yes. Now we moved to a place called Namland in Tebe Road in I think in 2009. Now the beauty of the lake and the serenity of the birds. So I love birds, I love nature. So we needed to move to a place, you know, where there's peace. You know, you sleep and nobody's saying, come on, Chantinda, come on, Chantinda, Mkoto. You see that ring in my ears. I needed to have a place where, you know, I look at nature, I look at the beauty and behold the goodness of the Lord. Now, as we moved in our place, we believe, again, according to my belief, is when we get in a place, we take territory. So we trusted God for space and He gave us land, and we were able to invest and also invest in that school, and started the school because we wanted to nurture the younger minds to be able, you know, to be the impactful leaders in our future, which is tomorrow.
My name is Eddie Okela, and of course in the studio with the former executive director of Kampala Capital City Authority, Andrew Chitaka. Andrew, welcome back to the program.
Thank you, Eddie.
And this is called a bench. It's meant for the CEOs, and you will not see us quite very excited because we want to take you on a journey of understanding many things that happen. I have a question from David Okwi, is an electrical engineer. And he says, engineers solve problems while politicians create them. How does he reconcile the switch? Ask engineer Andrew Chitaka to respond to that.
What switch is he talking about? I didn't switch from engineering to politics.
It seems to, most people seem to think that you switched from being an engineer to politics. That's why we have many potholes now in Kampala. No, you became a political leader as opposed to a technical leader in that aspect. So if I understand what David Okwi is saying, engineers solve problems while politicians create them all often. How does engineer Chitaka, how does he reconcile the switch between the two?
Well, when I was acting ED, actually most people were mistaking me for a politician. But it's actually a technical job.
And I want you to address that to the camera because many of these guys believe that.
Yes, the job of ED at KCCA is a technical job. It's a technical job, but as you know, as you grow higher in your career, you tend to be more of a manager than actually someone who is in the works, doing the actual work. So you have to interface with politicians, That's why sometimes you are taken to be a politician, whereas not. But it's very important to explain to politicians what is required for things to happen. Okay? And you also need to understand their point of view. Because politicians, they think in terms of their term of office. Today I'm there, next time someone else may be voted in and I'm out. So what will I have to show in my time? So you also need to be sensitive to their concerns. They want to show impact in a short time. So you need to plan together, tell them what is possible and what is not, okay? But then I think they've probably not been very helpful in looking for funding. Because whereas you, the technical person, you are busy making plans, preparing designs, you cannot at the same time be the same person looking for the money, okay? So they need to do more advocacy to get the money into KCCA so that these people can do their work without undue stress. So they haven't been very helpful in that, and I think they need to do better. Okay? Yeah.
Andrew, I have another question here coming from Russ, is a URA official, of course, up at the border. He says, Edio Killer, thank you very much. Please ask that engineer, how do you explain the terrible quality of road repairs instead of the replacement, other than the kickback culture in the road construction and repair bridging process?
Well, I think that touches on what I mentioned before. When a road is designed, it is designed for a certain period. It is supposed to serve a certain period. Now, when that period passes, it starts requiring a lot of maintenance. It's like an old shirt or trouser. Something, it gets a hole here, you repair it, then another one comes here. So to a person who uses the road, you'll always see people repairing. Some of them may not be the same potholes, but they keep repairing. The effort is to ensure the road keeps motorable. But in actual fact, what is needed is total revamping, total reconstruction. Of course, total reconstruction requires a lot of money. So if you don't have the money, what do? Should you stop patching it and wait for the big money? Or you should continue patching it until you get enough money? Look at the situation of someone renting a house. You've just finished your school, you've gotten a job, the money isn't so much, but you want to become independent, you go and rent a house. Of course, you know that you are paying money to the landlord, and maybe over 10 years, the money you've paid could build you a new house. But you don't have yet the big money to build your own house. You have to continue paying the landlord until that time comes, either when you get a loan or something, that you build the new house. So you are in a catch-22 situation. So that is why. But of course, instances of poor quality, I cannot rule them out, because some of the contractors doing this work, if not supervised well, may do poor quality. So it goes on the KCCA staff to properly supervise these contractors. And also, when you use your in-house teams, there is a tendency to be kind to yourselves. That after all, what are they going to do to us? We are KCCA. We have repaired this pothole. Even if we come back and it has failed, there is no monetary, penalty that you are going to receive. For a contractor, there is a penalty, but for an in-house team, there is tendency to be complacent. So the in-house teams also need to be as serious. The kind of scrutiny you put on a contractor, you must also put it on your in-house team to make sure they do a good job.
Wow. We are almost hastening up towards the end of this program, and of course we're going to let Andrew leave the studio and go back to work. I have quite a number of them. I want to sample some of the